Chapter 1472. Two experts stood in the depths of the void outside the towering peak. They were two high-level martial saints from the inner and outer sects, respectively. What do you think of this kid? Unbelievable. He is indeed a one-of-a-kind genius. He is probably not inferior to the geniuses cultivated by the four heavenly gates. I wonder what height this kid will reach in the end. One sentence had two meanings. One was to challenge the height of the towering peak, and the other was to talk about the height of his cultivation in the future. Let's wait and see. The towering peak above 90,000 feet had a huge pressure on the body and soul. Under the invisible trajectory, even many low-level martial saints could not avoid it and could only take it head-on. 90,300 feet was Chu Mu's current height. He did not stop, even though his speed was gradually slowing down. The realm of the sword intent and the powerful power of his divine consciousness allowed Chu Mu to better sense the invisible pressure and react accordingly. However, as he went up, the pressure continued to increase, and Chu Mu's energy consumption increased. This resistance gradually became more and more difficult. In fact, the height of 90,300 feet was a height that many one-star martial saints could not reach. One should know that one-star martial saints referred to the geniuses of the small genius world, not the ordinary experts. Below there was silence. No one said anything. Even the geniuses of the inner sect, who had been constantly nitpicking, were silent at this moment. There was only shock in their hearts. 90,400 feet. Chu Mu went up another 100 feet, but his speed had decreased by another level. It seems that I can't reach the peak. Chu Mu took a short rest and looked up. He calculated the pressure and the remaining energy in his body and thought to himself. However, he still had energy left. He could continue climbing. This was a challenge to himself. It was an excellent way to suppress himself and condense his essence, chi and spirit, challenging the peak, challenging his limits. 90,500 feet. He continued. There was only a little bit of energy left in his body. 9,600 zhang. Chu Mu stopped once again because the divine wilderness sword essence had been completely depleted. His physical strength was rapidly depleting, and his recovery speed could not keep up with the rate of depletion. He could only barely maintain a height of 9,600 feet. His spiritual sense was also nearly depleted, and he felt slightly dizzy. Chu Mu knew that this was his limit. If I use the Sword God's Descent secret technique and increase my strength by 10 times, I might have a chance to reach the top. Suppressing the dizziness in his head, Chu Mu looked up. But there's no need to do that. Thinking of this, Chu Mu loosened his hands and gently exerted force. His whole body left the mountain wall and drew a beautiful arc in the air before falling vertically. Even a saint-level expert would fall to his death if he fell from a height of 96,000 feet. In the process of falling, Chu Mu's strength rapidly recovered. Because once he left the mountain wall, the terrifying pressure seemed to have disappeared and Chu Mu's strength would not be depleted. In the blink of an eye, he had fallen a few hundred feet. In the next blink of an eye, he had fallen a few thousand feet. His speed was astonishingly fast, like a huge meteorite. Everyone's gaze fell on the rapidly falling figure. A terrifying pressure poured down, as if in the next moment the figure would smash into the ground and shatter into a meat patty. When he was about 1,000 feet from the ground, the rapid falling momentum stopped 3 times in an instant. The inertia of the rapid falling force was neutralized, and he became as light as a feather, landing safely on the ground. 9,600 feet. This height was imprinted in everyone's heart. This was a height that some 2-star saint-level geniuses might not be able to reach. Seeing Chu Mu walk over, whether it was the outer or inner sect geniuses, their breathing quickened. Subconsciously, there was a kind of fear, a kind of reverence for a genius who had surpassed them. Gu Xiaojie's whole body trembled. The early stage of the 8th sky of Nirvana realm, a height of 9,600 feet. This boy is amazing. From now on, I'm afraid that his shadow will envelop many geniuses in the pocket dimension. The two high-level saint-level experts talked with a sigh. Back then, when they were in the nirvana realm, they could not reach such a height. If they were in the same generation as this boy and had the same cultivation, they would be suppressed to the point that they could not lift their heads. It's still too early to say this. However, if he can challenge all the training grounds in the pocket dimension and break the limit, leaving a new despairing height, then he will really become the shadow of the geniuses in the pocket dimension. Brother Gu, take me to the screen wall to leave my name. Chumu walked to Gu Xiaojie and said unhurriedly, "Okay." Gu Xiaojie's whole body trembled, and he felt inexplicably excited. They had all heard of monstrous geniuses, but they did not know how amazing they were. Today they had seen it with their own eyes. At least in climbing the towering peak, he had surpassed the top geniuses by a lot. Leaving his name on the screen wall. The others were also shocked. After challenging the towering peak, he had to challenge the screen wall to leave his name? In the pocket dimension of the geniuses, there were some training grounds. The towering peak was one of them, and so was leaving one's name on the screen wall. In addition, there were others, such as the heaven-striking bell, the iron wall, and so on. Under Gu Xiaojie's lead, Chumu set off. The other geniuses, regardless of whether they were from the outer or inner sect, all followed closely behind. They had witnessed a miracle with their own eyes, and they wanted to see if there would be another miracle. The inner sect geniuses were very bitter. They hoped that this guy, who had left a mark on the towering peak, would suffer a setback before leaving his name on the screen wall. The screen wall was the full name. It was like a mountain wall. It was very, very big, and as smooth as a mirror, it could reflect the figures of everyone. At this moment, there were countless figures reflected on the screen wall. It was very clear. There was one person standing in front of the screen wall with his eyes closed. His sword was still in its scabbard, and his body was motionless. Traces of sharpness condensed on his body. There were many people gathered around, and they were all staring at him. I heard that this person is the last disciple of the Thunder Firmament Sword Saint. He followed the Thunder Firmament Sword Saint and traveled outside for dozens of years, challenging everywhere. Only now did he enter the pocket dimension of the geniuses. The last disciple of the Thunder Firmament Sword Saint, he has an amazing talent in the Tao of the Sword since he was young. His cultivation base is at the late stage of the Nirvana layer, and he has also mastered sword energy. He can be said to be a peerless genius in the Tao of the Sword. I wonder how long he will be able to leave his name on the screen wall. There were discussions everywhere. At the top of the screen wall, there were many names. Some were golden, and some were silver. There were more golden names, and there were less silver names. There were less than 1,000 names. Golden names represented the names of saint experts, and silver names represented the names of Nirvana realm geniuses. Leaving one's name on the screen wall didn't test one's cultivation base, but one's use and control of strength. Of course, if one didn't have enough strength, it was impossible to leave a mark on the screen wall. For a cultivator, one's cultivation base was very important, but the use of strength was also very important. Chu Mu's group arrived in front of the screen wall. "It's him," Chu Mu said in his heart. The person standing in front of the screen wall was the one he had fought in the sound bamboo forest. At this moment, Ling Jinny opened his eyes, and 2 rays of light shot out like sword rays. A surge of sword intent soared from his body that didn't seem strong, piercing the clouds. It's an elemental sword intent. Soaring sword intent. What a powerful sword intent. The moment the sword intent soared, Ling Jinny's sword left its scabbard. The dazzling sword light filled everyone's vision, and it was difficult to look directly at it. After the sword left its scabbard, Ling Jian waved the long sword in his hand. The sword light exploded in an instant, as if it had transformed into countless sword images. At the same time, they either pierced or cut, landing on the smooth black screen wall. Vaguely, there seemed to be an obscure sound that entered one's ears, but under the countless sword light, no one could see clearly. In just a short breath of time, the countless sword light disappeared, as if it had never appeared. 3 words appeared on the smooth black screen wall, flickering with a silver light. Ling Jiani. Leaving one's name on the screen wall was leaving one's name. The 3 words Ling Jiani flickered with a silver light, and a black energy that belonged to the screen wall surged from all directions, surrounding it, and rapidly obliterating the silver light. Everyone's gaze, including Ling Jiani himself, landed on the screen wall. Under the corrosion of the screen wall, the silver light on the 3 words gradually dimmed. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths, 4 breaths. Each breath passed in less than the blink of an eye. However, at this moment, each breath felt very long. 5 breaths, 6 breaths. At this time, the silver light on the 3 words became very dim, as if it could not hold on any longer, and was about to be obliterated. Ling Jiani unconsciously clenched his fist and secretly encouraged himself. 7 breaths, 8 breaths. The silver light on the 3 words had already become extremely weak. 9 breaths. The silver light on the 3 words had completely disappeared, being corroded by the black color. The 3 words also disappeared the moment the silver light disappeared. What a pity it was only a breath's time difference. That's right, if he could hold on for a breath's time, he would be able to leave his name on the screen wall. The requirement to leave one's name on the screen wall was 10 breaths of time. As long as one's name could be left on the screen wall for 10 breaths of time, he would have met the requirement to leave his name on the screen wall. But since ancient times, the number of Nirvana stage geniuses who were able to leave their name on the screen wall was not many. Adding them up, there were less than 1,000. As for martial saints, there were far more than 1,000. After all, under normal circumstances, the higher one's cultivation, the deeper one's understanding and control of power. Ling Jiani had 9 breaths of time to leave his name on the screen wall. He was only a breath's time difference to leave his name on the screen wall, but that 1 breath's time difference was like a heavenly moat. Chapter 1473. Ling Jian pursed his lips. He was dissatisfied, but there was nothing he could do. That sword strike, just now, was the limit of his current strength. Even if he did it a few more times, the result would not change. However, he could leave his name for 9 breaths of time. If he worked hard, there was a high chance that he could reach 10 breaths of time before breaking through to the eternal realm. Brother Chu, please. Gu Shaojia and a group of outer sect geniuses personally opened the way for Chu Mu, allowing Chu Mu to arrive in front of the pitch-black and glossy screen wall. It's you! Ling Jian's face flashed with surprise when he saw Chu Mu. Chu Mu nodded at him and stood in front of the screen wall. The screen wall reflected his figure. It's not easy to leave your name on the screen wall. You need to have a good control of your strength, Ling Jian said. However, I think it won't be difficult for you. The difficult part is how to resist the screen wall's power with your own strength. Only by enduring for 10 breaths of time can you leave your name. This was Ling Jiani's experience, as well as the experience of many people who had challenged the reflection wall. Many thanks, Chu Mu said, even though the outer sect geniuses had already explained it to him in detail on the way here. I hope you can leave your name, Ling Jian said. Many people were surprised. They did not understand why the peerless genius of the inner sect, Ling Jian, who was at the late 9th sky of Nirvana realm, would be so polite to someone at the early 8th sky of Nirvana realm. Soon, they knew Chu Mu's identity. What? He's the one who just arrived in the outer sect and is known as the once-in-a-lifetime monstrous genius? That's right, it's him. Did you know that he challenged the Endless Peak before? Did he reach the 6th stage of the Endless Peak? I think it's difficult. The challenge of the Endless Peak has nothing to do with one's talent. I'm afraid it's difficult for an early 8th sky of Nirvana realm to reach 60,000 feet. You'll never know that he didn't just reach 60,000 feet. Let me tell you. All of a sudden, someone shouted. He climbed up to 9,600 feet. So, it's 26,600 meters. I thought it really was 26,000 meters. As soon as the words left his mouth, he realized that something was off. After thinking about it for a moment, he let out a shrill howl. 26,600 meters. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. 9,600 zhang. Everyone who heard this was stupefied. Ling Jinyi also had a stupefied expression because before coming to the reflecting wall, he had also challenged the 30,000-foot tall peak. He knew what kind of concept 9,600 feet was. The outer disciples who had brought Chumu here were all proud of themselves. The surrounding noise seemed to have disappeared. Chumu stood in front of the pitch-black screen, staring at his own reflection on the screen. In front of him, there was only this. His breathing became even, long, and gradually seemed to disappear. The aura on his body also seemed to have integrated into the air, into the heaven and earth. Everyone suddenly had an illusion that the Chumu in front of them seemed to have disappeared. They rubbed their eyes hard and looked again. The person was still there, but when they closed their eyes, he disappeared. Could it be that he can really leave his name on the reflecting wall? In the hearts of many people, such a thought emerged one after another. Time seemed to have stopped in front of them at this moment. A sword light like autumn water traversed the vast sky, like the long river of time, like the tide water, appeared from nothingness and then disappeared into nothingness, without beginning and without end. There was no shocking sword while erupting, no terrifying aura surging. Everything was light and gentle. The power was completely gathered on the long sword in his hand, turning into a ray of light. The eternal sword will control all power, condensing at the tip of the sword. Stroke after stroke, the brush moved like dragons and snakes. The moment the sword tip touched the pitch-black reflective wall, Chumu felt an enormous resistance. It was as if countless tentacles were pulling at the sword tip, making it difficult for the sword to move. At this time, he had to increase the output of power, but he could not let the power go out of control. The change happened in an instant. This level had stumped many geniuses, but for Chumu, it was not a problem. He could control the change of power at will. The tip of the sword cut open the hard screen, ignoring the resistance of the heavy force. Everyone's eyes were focused on the tip of Chumu's sword, focused on the words that appeared. They could clearly see the direction and order of the strokes of each word. They seemed to have gained something, but tried hard to grasp it, but it was all in vain. Ling Jian's eyebrows were knitted together. The feeling of gaining something, but it was all in vain, was very uncomfortable, and he almost vomited blood. It felt as if a long time had passed, so long that everyone had forgotten, but in reality it was only an instant. Chumu's sword was sheathed. On the pitch-black screen, there were 2 large words shining with silver light. Each word was the size of a palm, branded on the screen. What a strong light! It's much stronger than Ling Jian's. It seems that he should be able to hold on for 10 breaths and leave his name on the screen. How shocking, as expected of a monstrous genius. Ling Jian stared at the 2 words on the pitch-black screen. Chumu. The structure of these 2 words was more complicated than his name. The silver luster on it was very dazzling. Compared to his own, it was like the bright moon compared to a firefly. Someone started to count the time. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Time passed by breath after breath. 7 breaths had already passed, but the silver luster on the 2 words did not seem to have any signs of weakening. 8 breaths, 9 breaths. It seems that 10 breaths is not a problem at all, but I wonder how many breaths he can hold on for after 10 breaths? High up in the sky, 2 high-level martial saints who had followed him from the towering peaks conversed. After 10 breaths, every additional breath of time is incomparably difficult. Looking at the luster of the two words, I estimate that he can hold on for 12 breaths, or 13 breaths is also possible. 10 breaths! There was a burst of cheers. 10 breaths was the standard to leave one's name on the screen. Since ancient times, less than 1,000 Nirvana stage geniuses had achieved this. Chu Mu had become the 999th. His name would be engraved on the screen wall and become an honor. On the screen, there are silver and gold names shining with luster. Some of the silver names were above the gold ones, indicating that the Nirvana stage genius had left his name on the screen longer than the eternal stage. This situation was relatively rare, and the majority of the silver names were below the gold ones. 11 breaths. But the silver light on the two words was still shining and showed no signs of weakening. I take back what I said just now. Not only can he hold on for 12 breaths, but he can also hold on for 15 breaths, the high-level martial saint said in a low voice. If he can hold on for 15 breaths, he will definitely surpass some eternal stage experts. 12 breaths. The silver light was still shining. 13 breaths. The silver light was still as dazzling as ever. 14 breaths. 15 breaths. The silver light was still dazzling. What's going on? 15 breaths, and there's no sign of it fading. Is he going to hold on for 20 breaths? 20 breaths was more than most eternal stage experts could hold on for. Soon the 20 breaths were up. The silver light on Chu Mu's two words was still as dazzling as ever, as if it had not been eroded by the screen's power. How can this be? Even the two high-level martial saints in the sky could not understand. They released their spiritual power to cover the screen and touched Chu Mu's two words. What sword intent is this? I feel a sense of indestructible immortality. Could it be the indestructible sword intent? The indestructible sword intent was a sword intent that surpassed the soaring sky sword intent, but in terms of attack power was weaker because direct killing power was not its forte. No, this feeling is stronger than the indestructible sword intent. It has a sense of eternity. What kind of power is this? The two high-level martial saints were experienced and knowledgeable, but at this time they could not think of anything. The eternal sword intent was a power that belonged only to Chu Mu. There was no other power, at least in this era. The power of the eternal sword intent was unifying all other powers, twisting them into one to fight against the screen's power. The eternal sword intent had the characteristic of eternity. Eternity meant that it was difficult to erase. Even though Chu Mu's eternal sword intent was far from being truly eternal, it already had its characteristics. During the fight, Chu Mu's name continued to shine with a silver light. 30 breaths. Everyone was stunned. 30 breaths. Since ancient times, it was extremely rare to be able to leave one's name on the screen for 30 breaths. There were no more than 10 people. 31 breaths. Every breath felt like a year had passed. In their hearts, there was an uncontrollable excitement. 32 breaths. Everyone's breathing was incomparably rapid, their chests constantly rising and falling, and their hearts were about to jump out of their chests. Even the two high-level martial saints in the sky were no exception. They only felt that their worldview was being challenged and was about to be overturned. 33 breaths. 34 breaths. 35 breaths. This time could already be ranked in the top 3 since ancient times. But that was not all. 36 breaths. 37 breaths. 38 breaths. 39 breaths. 40 breaths. Crazy, crazy, completely crazy. The person who maintained this time was known as the most talented person in the genius, small world since ancient times. He was the top genius among all the geniuses, and there was no one who could compare. But at this moment, there was another person who was on the same level as him, and it seemed that he could continue to hold on and surpass him, creating a new height, a new limit, a height that made everyone despair. No one before and no one since. 41 breaths. At this point, everyone realized that the shining silver light seemed to be showing signs of fading. Chapter 1474. Chu Mu. Two shining silver words, representing a person's name, appeared at the top of the pitch-black wall, above all the silver and golden names, suppressing eternity. Originally, the first name at the very top was pure gold. The golden light was resplendent and contained a shocking energy fluctuation. However, at this moment, it was pushed down by Chu Mu's two words and couldn't resist at all. Before Chu Mu, 40 breaths of time was the limit. After Chu Mu, no one knew how many breaths of time was the limit, because only at 40 breaths of time did the silver luster of Chu Mu's name dim at a speed that was difficult to see with the naked eye. According to that speed, it was possible to exceed 50 breaths or even 60 breaths. However, after 40 breaths of time, the two words suddenly disappeared, entering the wall and reappearing at the top of the wall, suppressing all the other names below. Everyone knew that this was a new limit, a limit that made people feel despair. Terrifying control of power. Is this the monstrous genius that only appears once in 1,000 years? Inconceivable, completely incomprehensible. In front of the huge wall, there was only silence. "Brother Gu, take me to the heaven bell," Chu Mu said. "Oh, okay." Gu Shaojie was so excited that his whole body was trembling, and his voice was also trembling. The other people looked very envious. If other cultivators saw this in the outside world, they would definitely be so shocked that their eyes would widen. In their impression, geniuses were very arrogant, and such an expression and attitude would only appear on those ordinary people. In this place, if one was not a peerless genius, there was nothing to be proud of. In the end, geniuses were also human and had 7 emotions and 6 desires. Gu Shaojie brought Chu Mu to hit the heaven bell. In the end, a large group of outer sect geniuses acted as the path. They were majestic, like an army passing through. They were orderly, and their faces were filled with excitement. Red light shot out in all directions, and their eyes were like hungry wolves in the night. This caused everyone who saw them to jump in fright, thinking that a powerful enemy was attacking. The heaven-striking bell was to strike the heaven-striking bell. Sky Bell was located on Sky Bell Mountain. The Sky Bell Mountain was only 990 meters tall. A huge, dark, ancient bronze bell was located at the top of the Sky Bell Mountain. This Sky Bell was about 10 meters tall, with a diameter of about 3 meters at the top and 6 meters at the bottom. It was black in color and looked very simple from the inside out. The walls of the bell were very thick, and there were countless patterns carved on it. Those patterns were like the outlines of ancient beasts, and they emitted an ancient and boundless aura. A huge bell floated quietly on top of the Tianzhou mountain without any support. It just floated quietly in the air, as if it was frozen in the void. Chu Mu's group arrived at the foot of Tianzhou mountain. "Brother Chu, let me go first," Ling Jian said. He was a little worried. He had climbed the towering peak before. Although he did not see Chu Mu climb it with his own eyes, many people had confirmed that Chu Mu had challenged a height of 9,600 meters. That was a height that many people, including him, could not hope to reach. He had only left his name on the wall for 9 breaths, which was not enough to leave his name. However, Chu Mu had not only reached the standard, but also far exceeded it. If he had only reached the standard, Ling Jian was confident that he could surpass him. However, to leave his name for more than 40 breaths was to surpass the first person since ancient times. The shining silver name was above everyone and was at the top of the wall like a curse. Ling Jian also wanted to challenge the heaven-striking bell. Firstly, it was to train himself, and secondly, it was a task given by his master. The reason why he wanted to attack first was because he was worried that Chu Mu would be like the 10,000-foot absolute peak or the reflective wall, leaving behind a despairing achievement. If that happened, he wouldn't have any thoughts of challenging the heaven-striking bell. Please. Chu Mu did not mind at all. He also wanted to see the mysteries of the heaven-striking bell. After all, the explanation of others was not as clear as seeing it with his own eyes. Taking a deep breath, Ling Jian leapt up and arrived at the peak of the heaven-striking bell in the blink of an eye. Standing in front of the huge heaven-striking bell, Ling Jian's expression was solemn. The heaven-striking bell emitted an ancient and boundless aura that made people unconsciously focus their attention and treat it seriously. All kinds of techniques regarding the heaven-striking bell flashed through his mind, and his thoughts became clear. The towering peak was a challenge that was closely related to one's strength and cultivation. Leaving one's name on the wall was another challenge that required one's control and utilization of one's strength. The heaven-striking bell was a new challenge. To ring the heaven-striking bell required a certain amount of strength, which was offensive strength. In other words, it was destructive strength. If one's strength was insufficient, it would be impossible to ring the heaven-striking bell, and the challenge would fail. Ringing the heaven-striking bell was just the beginning. Direct strength, technique, grasp of timing, etc. All of these had to be present. This was a challenge that was even more difficult than the wall. Ling Jinny's gaze turned sharp. His gaze was completely focused, and a bright light flickered in his eyes. Taking a deep breath, the sword origin in Ling Jian's meridians flowed faster. His strength surged, and even though there was no wind, his long hair and robes fluttered. His aura continued to rise. Everyone's gazes were focused on Ling Jinny. In an instant, a sword light bloomed in Ling Jinny's right hand. The blazing light was like a meteor that streaked across the sky. The sword slashed out with unparalleled might. The blazing sword light accurately struck the simple and dark heaven-striking bell in an instant. The sword light shattered, but the heaven-striking bell did not budge at all. Ling Jinny's cultivation was at the late stage of the 9th heavenly layer of nirvana, and he was also a peak genius. In terms of quality, the sword origin that he cultivated was definitely superior to ordinary cultivators of the same level. Even though he did not use any sword technique, the might of that sword was definitely not weak. Yet it was actually unable to shake the heaven-striking bell at all. Ling Jinny was also surprised, but he did not lose his composure. He struck out again without hesitation. Another blazing sword light slashed out, tearing the sky apart. Its speed was even faster, and its might was even stronger. The sharp sword light struck the dark and heavy heaven-striking bell. This time the heaven-striking bell shook slightly and let out a soft and dull sound. It moved. There's nothing strange about it. A 9th heavenly layer of nirvana can shake the heaven-striking bell. That's right. The difficult part is not shaking the heaven-striking bell, but making it ring a few times. Now, the heaven-striking bell only moved slightly. The weak sound could not even be counted as a ring. However, this was a good start. The heaven-striking bell emitted a weak ripple. The might of Ling Jinny's sword was reflected, and it turned into a ray of light that blasted towards Ling Jinny. This was the unique characteristic of the heaven-striking bell. Once the heaven-striking bell could be done, the heaven-striking bell would reflect the attack. The heaven-striking bell would not only have to guard against the heaven-striking bell's counterattack, but also have to use an even stronger attack to strike the heaven-striking bell. What was a true striking of the heaven-striking bell? The sound of the bell was loud and clear, spreading 10 miles away. Ling Jinny spun in the air, avoiding the counterattack of the heaven-striking bell. As he spun, he slashed out again. This time, the sword light was even more condensed, and it struck the heaven-striking bell. With a boom, the heaven-striking bell rang. Ripples spread out, and the sound waves spread to 10 miles away. The first ring. After the first ring, the heaven-striking bell made another counterattack. With the same attack power, a ray of light blasted towards Ling Jinny like a meteor. Ling Jinny's expression was cold and solemn. He slashed out with his sword, crushing the heaven-striking bell's counterattack. Then he slashed out a second time, blasting towards the heaven-striking bell. With a boom, the heavy sound once again rang out from the heaven-striking bell. The second ring. After avoiding the heaven-striking bell's counterattack, Ling Jinny appeared at another angle and slashed out again. Thunder! With a low shout, the sword seemed to have turned into a ray of lightning, tearing the sky apart. The azure lightning was extremely fast. Ling Jinny performed a sword technique. That's the Thunder Firmament Sword Saint's signature sword technique. A sharp-eyed person recognized it. The thunder-striking sword struck the heaven-striking bell. With a clang, the heaven-striking bell rang even louder. The third ring was indeed louder, but the counterattack power of the heaven-striking bell also increased. Ling Jinny dodged and slashed out again. His grasp of timing lay in the fact that after the heaven-striking bell rang, there would be an inconspicuous sway. However, each sway would bring along a powerful force. If the heaven-striking bell was sway in the direction of the person, it would not be suitable to attack. Otherwise, the power of the attack would be partially offset, and the heaven-striking bell might not ring again. Only when the heaven-striking bell was sway in the opposite direction would the attack increase the sway and strengthen the sound. Ling Jinny's grasp of timing was clearly on point. Another sword strike, and it was still thunder-striking bell. However, this time, the thunder-striking bell was even brighter. This was because Ling Jinny used his sword force, Grade 1 sword force. Under Grade 1 sword force, the power of the thunder-striking bell was doubled, causing the heaven-striking bell to ring for the fourth time. The fifth ring, Grade 2 sword force thunder. The sixth ring, Grade 3 sword force thunder. The seventh ring, Grade 4 sword force thunder. Dodging and defending against the counterattack of the heaven-striking bell, Ling Jinny grasped the best opportunity to attack again. Every step had to be precise, without the slightest mistake. Under such high concentration, Ling Jinny started to feel tired, because the pressure of the heaven-striking bell was constantly attacking him. He is indeed a peerless genius, to be able to make the seventh ring so easily. The seventh ring is definitely not his limit. I'm guessing that the eighth ring won't be a problem either. Who knows, he might even be able to make the 10th ring. After dodging the counterattack of the heaven-striking bell, Ling Jian finished preparing his next sword strike. Thunder shocking. Double flash. A low roar sounded like the roar of thunder, supported by Grade 2 sword force. Thunder shocking double flash was a sword technique that Ling Jinny had developed based on the foundation of the thunder shocking sword. It was an upgraded version of the thunder shocking sword. In that instant, his sword slashed out twice, and two lightning-like sword light slashed towards the heaven-striking bell. Chapter 1475. Two thunderclaps struck the sky bell at the same time. The sound wave spread out over 10 miles, reaching a radius of 15 miles, showing the power of Ling Jinny's sword. The eighth ring, the counterattack, was even more powerful, and it was a double thunderclap. A powerful pressure came crashing down. The air was compressed and bombarded like a terrifying wave, covering all directions and making it difficult to dodge. Ling Jinny had no choice but to use his sword, splitting the surging pressure in front of him. Double thunderclap. Third grade sword force. The power of the double thunderclap was stronger than the fourth grade sword force, but there was a limit. Therefore, Ling Jinny only used the second grade sword force for the eighth ring. The ninth ring. The sound wave spread out, covering a radius of 20 miles, making everyone tremble slightly. The ninth ring is the ultimate attack of the Nirvana realm. Although the Heaven Crash bell required the corresponding technique and the perfect grasp of timing, the most important thing was its attack power. Without enough attack power, all techniques and the ability to grasp timing would be in vain. Therefore, when people described the sky bell, they would use the word attack power instead. The ninth chime was the limit that an ordinary Nirvana stage practitioner could barely achieve. For Ling Jinny to be able to achieve the ninth chime of the sky-striking bell without any difficulty, it meant that the attacking power of his sword had already reached the limit of an ordinary Nirvana stage practitioner. The gap between the Nirvana realm and the eternal realm was huge. It was a fundamental difference. Unlike the gap between the 8th and 9th heavens of the Nirvana realm, there was a huge gap between a Nirvana realm attack and an ultimate Nirvana realm attack. An ultimate Nirvana realm attack could easily kill an early Nirvana realm expert. It could even pose a threat to an eternal realm expert at the bottom. Even the weakest Nirvana realm martial artist would be able to cause the heavenly bell to ring, covering a radius of 10 miles. Ling Jinny had done it. Moreover, the range was 20 miles. Doubling the range didn't mean that the limit of his attack power was doubled, but it was doubled, tripled, or even more. It could be said that among the Nirvana realm experts, Ling Jinny's 9th ring was not bad and could be ranked among the top. However, this was not the end. Accumulating his power, Ling Jinny's gaze became unprecedentedly sharp. He wanted to break through a limit and reach a new height. The counterattack of the Sky Bell was extremely frightening. As Ling Jian dodged, he appeared and slashed forward. It was as though he had cut through the void, causing the pressure that was coming towards him to be split in half. Thunderclap. Double flash. The deep voice carried the sonorous clangor of a powerful army. The sword slashed out once again. The level 4 sword light was activated, and the double thunder flash was activated. The two sword lights were almost one in front of the other, almost as if they had merged into one. With lightning speed, they tore through the sky and slashed towards the ancient sky bell that was swaying in the opposite direction. Dang! A thick and clear sound instantly spread out. Visible sound waves spread out, covering an area of 25 kilometers. The 10th ring, 25 miles. This is the bottom line of an ordinary saint's attack. As expected of the Thunder Firmament Sword Saint's last disciple, as expected of a peerless genius. Even though he is only at the late stage of the Nirvana stage, his attack power is comparable to that of an early stage martial saint. Gasps of surprise rang out one after another. 25 miles, the 10th ring. This was the minimum attack power of a martial saint. However, Ling Jinny had no intention of sheathing his sword. The last sword, Double Thunder Flash, as one. After avoiding the counterattack of the Sky Bell, Ling Jinny's eyes shone even brighter. The energy in his body poured out in an instant, and he unleashed the last sword. Double Thunder Flash, Double Flash as one. The moment the two sword lights left the sword, they truly merged into one, still infused with level 4 sword force. After the two merged into one, the power of the Double Thunder Flash was increased by another level. The sword light struck the ancient sky bell, and the loudest sound reverberated. The sound spread out endlessly. 10 miles, 15 miles, 20 miles, 25 miles, 30 miles, the 11th ring of the sky bell. 30 miles. Everyone knew what this meant. Some of the bottom martial saints might not even be able to withstand the attack of Ling Jinny's sword. Of course, this did not mean that Ling Jinny could kill the bottom martial saints. After all, the difference between the Nirvana stage and the Eternal stage was very obvious. Even the top Nirvana stage was fundamentally different from the bottom Eternal stage. That was the difference in life level. No matter what, Ling Jinny was able to make the sky bell ring 11 times, and the sound waves covered a radius of 30 miles. He had already displayed an astonishing destructive power, which was enough to rank him among the top 1,000 Nirvana stage geniuses since ancient times. After the Double Thunder Flash as one, Ling Jinny's energy seemed to have been exhausted. His body floated down from the Sky Bell Mountain. When he landed in front of Chu Mu, Ling Jinny's breathing had also stabilized. "Brother Chu, please." Ling Jian cupped his fists and said solemnly. Chu Mu nodded. He didn't take any stance, but instead his body flew up into the air. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the peak of the Heavenly Bell Mountain. He was dozens of meters away from the ancient and enormous Heavenly Bell. Everyone's attention was attracted by Chu Mu. The shock brought by Ling Jinny was also thrown to the back of their minds. Their eyes were fixed on Chumu. They wanted to see if this monstrous genius of the eternal stage could bring about a new shock. Reaching the 90,000 zhang high peak, leaving his name on the wall for more than 40 breaths of time to reach the peak, surpassing everyone and bringing about a huge shock. And now, the challenge of the heaven-striking bell. He did not take a deep breath, nor did he look serious. Instead, he played it down. He did not draw his sword. Instead, he put his right index and middle fingers together to form a sword. He gently drew an arc in the void and then stabbed forward. Suddenly, a bright silver sword light, emitting a cold aura, shot into the sky. It did not seem fast, but it disappeared in a flash. What kind of joke is this? He actually did not draw his sword. Using his fingers as a sword, he is too arrogant. Such a thought appeared in many people's minds. Ling Jinny and the rest frowned. They felt that this was too reckless and did not take the challenge seriously. With a clang, the sound waves spread out and hit everyone, brushing past their ears and covering a radius of 10 miles. Everyone quieted down immediately. In front of reality, everything was illusory. Using his fingers as a sword, he played it down as if he was on a trip. However, he actually rang the sky bell. Furthermore, it was a single attack and the sky bell was rung. There was no prelude. Everyone was stunned. Previously, Ling Jinny was already outstanding enough. However, he only managed to strike the sky bell after accumulating momentum for the first 2 sword strikes. Was the gap really that big? Ling Jian clenched his fists so tightly that he did not notice his nails digging into his palms. After using his fingers as a sword to ring the sky bell slowly shook. The sound wave turned into a stream of light and blasted toward Chumu. Chumu, who was high up in the sky, did not make any big movements. He only moved slightly and avoided the counterattack of the sky bell. However, the pressure came with it. That pressure was not only directed at him, but also at his spirit. Ramming the sky bell not only required one to grasp the timing and put in one's strength, but also to resist the increasingly strong pressure and impact of the sky bell. With his second finger, a sword light broke through the sky like a crescent moon and hit the sky bell at the moment when it swayed in the opposite direction. With a clang, the sky bell was rung again. This time it was even louder. The sound spread out heavily and covered a radius of more than 10 miles. With a flick of his third finger, a stream of light hit the sky bell like a meteor chasing the moon. With the third ring, the range exceeded 10 miles and was close to 15 miles. His figures circled and avoided the counterattack of the sky bell. A cold light bloomed in his hand and slashed across the sky. The sky beheading sword was unsheathed. The sword light was sharp and cold, like a crescent moon across the sky, and like thunder tearing the sky apart. Slash! Under the shocking sharpness, the sword hit the sky bell. With the fourth ring, the range was 15 miles. Ling Jinny's expression changed drastically. Just this sword alone was enough to match the power of his 8th ring. However, this was just a very ordinary sword. He did not use any powerful sword techniques. With another sword, the 5th ring, with a radius of 20 miles, the 6th ring, with a radius of 25 miles, the 7th ring, with a radius of 30 miles. The 7th ring was equivalent to Ling Jinny's 11th ring. This had already exceeded the various records left behind by the past generations. It was different from the theory that the 9th ring was the limit of the Nirvana realm. The limit of the Nirvana realm was 20 miles for 9 rings. The 7th ring had not reached 9 rings yet. However, it covered a radius of 30 miles and exceeded 20 miles. No one knew how to calculate it. The 8th ring, with a radius of 35 miles. The 9th ring, with a radius of 40 miles. Everyone was in a mess. This kind of attack was enough to kill many ordinary initial stage 1-star martial saints. The 10th ring, with a radius of 45 miles. In the sky, the 2 high-level martial saints were also in a mess. What kind of attack power was this? The initial stage of the 8th heaven of the Nirvana realm had the attack power to kill a martial saint. How strange, how terrifying, and how unbelievable. However, this was not the end. It was just the beginning. Chu Mu's eyes emitted an astonishingly sharp light. He struck again. This time, it seemed to be some kind of sword technique. It was like a gentle breeze that contained a terrifying power. The 11th ring, with a radius of 50 miles. Initial stage of the 8th heaven of the Nirvana realm. Level 6 sword force. The 12th ring, with a radius of 55 miles. Level 7 sword force. The 13th ring, with a radius of 60 miles. Its level 8 sword force. Chu Mu's current level of sword force mastery had reached the peak of level 8 and was stuck at the bottleneck. Everyone was numb to the 13th ring within 60 miles. This was a level that only an ordinary 2-star martial saint could achieve. An initial stage of the 8th heaven of the Nirvana realm had the attack power of an ordinary 2-star martial saint. Was this possible? Chapter 1476. Without challenging the crowd's nerves, Chu Mu sheathed his sword and landed quickly, just in time to avoid the Sky Bell's 13th counterattack. He landed safely, looking very relaxed. It seemed that the 13th chime of 60 miles was not his limit. He was holding back. I heard that he killed a late-stage 1-star martial saint with a single strike. That's not his limit. That's right. I heard that he has mastered a very powerful sword technique, but he didn't use it this time. This guy is really holding back. The 2 high-level martial saints in the sky smiled bitterly. The Sky Bell was still holding back and didn't use its full strength. This made them feel depressed. It was better not to understand, but to understand it was a blow. To high-level martial saints like them, it was also a blow. He was only in the early stage of the 8th sky of Nirvana realm, but he had the attack power to threaten a 2-star martial saint. They couldn't imagine what kind of person he was. Was he born to defeat others? You didn't use your full strength? Ling Jenny looked at Chu Mu with suspicion. Is this important? Chu Mu asked in return. Everyone was stunned. Yes, was it important whether he used his full strength or not? It was important. To others, it was absolutely important because if he didn't use his full strength, he wouldn't be able to achieve a good result. It wasn't important. To Chu Mu, he was only in the early stage of the 8th sky of Nirvana realm. It was enough for him to display the attack power of a 2-star martial saint. This was already enough to shock countless people. It made countless people fearful and even desperate. Since it was already like this, there was no need to go further. Yes, Chu Mu indeed didn't use his full strength. At least, he didn't use the true meaning of the sword stab, nor did he use any of the 3 major sword techniques. This was enough for him to become famous. Brother Gu, take me to the iron wall, Chu Mu said. Okay. Gu Shaojie answered numbly. Yes, he was numb. From the initial excitement, regret, nervousness, excitement, shock to the current numbness. Monster. This was a monster. A group of people, an even larger group of people, acted as the vanguard. They majestically opened up a path for Chu Mu as they headed towards the iron wall. The geniuses from both the inner and outer divisions didn't have the slightest intention to nitpick. They only had one thought in their minds, and that was to see the birth of a miracle. He had left his name on the reflection wall and struck the heaven bell. Now he was fighting against the iron wall. If Chu Mu could achieve an excellent result on the iron wall, then he would become a legend in the history of the genius minor world. They wanted to witness the birth of a legend with their own eyes. The Iron Wall of War was a strong wall and a dark red wall. The wall was dark red in color, as if it had been soaked in countless amounts of blood and had been formed over the years. It stood majestically above the earth and under the sky. The murderous aura continued to spread out from the Iron Wall of War, covering a radius of several thousand meters. The blood-red aura didn't move at all, as if it had solidified. The area of several thousand meters was like a land of death. The geniuses who walked in front of the blood-red aura all stopped in their tracks. If they went any further, they would enter the range of the Iron Wall of War, which was equivalent to starting the challenge of the Iron Wall of War. "Brother Chu, let me go first this time," Ling Jinny said. Time and time again he had indeed suffered a huge blow. However, his tenacious willpower allowed him to persevere and turn this into a form of motivation for him to improve. However, the pressure was simply too great. It was so great that when it was converted into motivation, it gave Ling Jian a feeling of being overloaded. It was as though he would collapse if this were to continue. Either he left this place, or he forcefully endured it and continued the challenge to discover his potential. If he didn't go crazy, he wouldn't survive. Right now, Ling Jinny wanted to do just that. He wanted to go crazy. In his madness, he wanted to vent the excess pressure, vent the pressure in his heart, and adjust himself. Without a doubt, the Iron Wall was an excellent place to do that. The Iron Wall of War was a battle without end. There was an ancient saying, "How many people can go on a campaign?" It described the bloody and cruel nature of the Iron Wall of War. Taking a deep breath, Ling Jinny's face was filled with solemnity and determination. It was as if he was about to rush to the battlefield and step into the Azura's battlefield. Taking a step forward, Ling Jinny walked into the range of the blood-red aura. Sensing that someone had entered, the blood-colored strands began to move, coiling around Ling Jinny's body, strand after strand. Vaguely, Ling Jinny seemed to be able to hear shouts, battle cries, howls of anguish, and all sorts of other noises. They were like waves that assaulted his body, his blood, and his mind. The blood-red aura condensed into numerous figures, holding sharp blades in their hands, and charged towards Ling Jinny. Ling Jian unsheathed his sword light, and the blood-red figures holding sharp blades in front of him shattered under the sword. They disappeared and reformed into a group, charging towards him again. Just like that, Ling Jinny killed his way through, advancing towards the Iron Wall of War. The moment he stepped into the range of the blood-red aura, the challenge of the Iron Wall of War had already begun. This challenge could be divided into two parts. The first part was naturally to walk past the range of the blood-red aura, approaching the Iron Wall of War and entering it. The second part was to enter the Iron Wall of War after entering it. Not all challengers were able to pass the first part and enter the Iron Wall of War. Ling Jinny was obviously one of the more outstanding people. Thus, he slashed out his sword and killed the blood-red figures, arriving in front of the Iron Wall of War and entering it without hesitation. On the Iron Wall of War, faint ripples appeared. Ling Jinny's body sank into it, as if he was being devoured. Shortly after, the blood-red aura around the Iron Wall of War changed. Like a mirror, it reflected Ling Jinny's figure and the place he was at. Thousands of miles of yellow sand and dust flew up into the sky. Yellow sand and dust, the Iron Wall of War, would often lead to many thoughts. Ling Jinny stood in the yellow sand. Thousands of miles of yellow sand, endless and boundless. As the wind blew, the sand and dust flew up into the sky. Suddenly, in the depths of the yellow sand, a sandstorm swept up and rushed into the sky. The yellow sand filled the sky, and many figures appeared in it at an unknown time. They were as fast as the wind as they rushed over. The figures looked like real people, but they also looked like they were condensed from yellow sand. They held sharp blades in their hands and rushed towards Ling Jinny. Every figure possessed a powerful strength, the strength of the Nirvana realm. There were a total of 100 yellow sandmen. Although each of them only had the strength of the first sky of the Nirvana realm, they came in the form of an army. The pressure they brought was extremely great, and their killing intent was overwhelming. Fight! Ling Jinny's eyes shone brightly. With a loud shout, he raised his sword light and slashed out. The sword light was like a sudden clap of thunder across the sky. In a crackling sound, it rushed towards the yellow sandmen. With one slash, more than 10 yellow sandmen were defeated and killed. However, the other yellow sandmen rushed over without fear of death. The yellow sand rolled up and filled the air. Slash, slash, slash. Slash after slash of sword light was like a sudden clap of thunder across the sky. Before the last dozen yellow sandmen could reach Ling Jinny, they were all killed and disappeared. This was not the end, it was just the beginning. Outside the iron wall, everyone could clearly see the battle between Ling Jinny and the yellow sandmen. After the first wave of yellow sand men died, the second wave of yellow sand men appeared. They were also at the first sky of the Nirvana realm, but there were 1,000 of them. The number of yellow sand men increased by 10 times, and the pressure they brought increased by many times. Ling Jinny's expression did not change. 1,000 first sky of the Nirvana realm were not a big threat to him, as long as he did not get surrounded. Slash, slash, slash. Every slash could kill more than 10 yellow sandmen. His sword slashed out unceasingly, creating a vacuum and cutting open the yellow sand ground, leaving countless marks. 100 meters in front of him seemed to have become a land of death. All the yellow sand men within 100 meters were shattered into pieces, turning into yellow sand and falling to the ground. 1,000 yellow sand men were all killed before they could reach Ling Jinny. The third wave appeared. 10,000 yellow sandmen at the first sky of the Nirvana realm. The yellow sand rolled like a magnificent army. The imposing manner and the pressure caused Ling Jinny's expression to change drastically. With his strength, facing 10,000 first sky of the Nirvana realm opponents who were charging at him like an army, he felt powerless. Sudden thunder. With a low shout, the sword light was slashed out. The sword light turned into a thunderbolt, instantly piercing through the vast sky and tearing the sand apart. A green thunderbolt seemed to have pierced through the sky, piercing through 10 miles of yellow sand and hundreds of yellow sandmen, turning them into ashes in an instant. Thunderstorm. With the second slash, a thunderball condensed at the tip of the sword and instantly grew to the size of a human head. Countless electric arcs flickered within the thunderball, bringing with it a terrifying power. With a slash of the sword, the thunderball shot out and landed among the yellow sandmen, exploding. Suddenly, a thunderbolt as thick as a finger spread out, covering a radius of a few hundred meters. All the yellow sandmen within the radius were attacked. Amidst the crackling sounds, the yellow sandmen were defeated one by one. One slash of the thunderstorm killed more than 1,000 yellow sandmen. Of course, this didn't mean that the thunderstorm was more powerful than the sudden thunder. It was just that the two sword techniques were different in the way they were displayed. The power of the sudden thunder was more concentrated, while the power of the thunderstorm was more dispersed. It was more suitable for a large-scale attack. 10,000 yellow sandmen at the first sky of the Nirvana realm were indeed powerful and brought a lot of pressure to Ling Jinny. However, it was still not enough. With Ling Jinny's strength, it was enough to deal with and kill all the yellow sandmen at the first sky of the Nirvana realm. When the second wave appeared, Ling Jinny didn't have any time to recover. In the first wave of the second wave, there were 100 yellow sandmen at the second sky of the Nirvana realm. Slash, 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 slash. When the second wave appeared, there were 1,000 yellow sandmen at the second sky of the Nirvana realm. All of them were defeated by Ling Jinny's sword. The third wave appeared. There were 10,000 yellow sandmen at the second sky of the Nirvana realm. The pressure it brought was much greater than the first and third waves. Chapter 1477. In the second and third rounds, there were 10,000 second heavenly layer Nirvana realm warriors, which gave Ling Jinny even more pressure. Ling Jinny took the initiative to attack. Among the yellow sandmen, sword light surrounded his body to protect him, preventing the yellow sandmen's attacks from hitting him. The sword light was like thunder and lightning, spreading out and destroying the yellow sandmen one by one. Kill, 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 kill. He kept attacking with his sword without any other thoughts in his mind, only attacking and killing the yellow sandmen in front of him. 10,000 second heavenly layer Nirvana realm warriors died under Ling Jinny's sword. However, Ling Jinny's breathing became rapid, which was a sign of excessive energy consumption. A second heavenly layer, Nirvana, realm warrior, was like an ant in front of him. Even if there were 10 or 100 of them, he could easily kill them. However, 10,000 of them were different. When the quantity reached a certain level, it would cause a qualitative change. And after the qualitative change, the power would be different. In the first wave of the third round, there were 100 third heavenly layer Nirvana realm warriors. 4 Ling Jinni, who had reached the minimum standard of Saint Realm. This was not a threat. In the second wave, there were 1,000 third heavenly layer Nirvana realm warriors. He began to feel a huge pressure. In the third wave, there were 10,000 third heavenly layer Nirvana realm warriors. The pressure increased even more. Ling Jinni killed his way into the crowd, killing them one by one, which consumed more energy. Although a Saint Realm Warrior could ignore 10,000 third heavenly layer Nirvana Realm Warriors, he had to consume a lot of energy to kill them. In the end, Ling Jinni was only at the late stage of the 9th heavenly layer Nirvana realm. He was not a true eternal realm Saint Realm Warrior, no matter how strong a Nirvana Realm Warrior was. Even if he could kill an eternal Realm Warrior, there was still a difference between him and an eternal Realm Warrior. In the first wave of the fourth round, there were 104th heavenly layer Nirvana Realm Warriors. Originally, this was not a threat to Ling Jinni, but the problem was that he had consumed a lot of energy. After killing, there were 1,004th heavenly layer Nirvana Realm Warriors in the second wave. After killing with all his might, there were 10,004th heavenly layer Nirvana Realm Warriors. This pressure made Ling Jinni feel like he was going to collapse. Kill, 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 kill. This time, not only did Ling Jinni kill his enemies, but he was also injured. Wounds appeared on his body, which could not be healed. Relying on his incomparably strong willpower, Ling Jinni endured through the fourth and third waves and entered the fifth round. 105th Heavens, Nirvana Stage, Yellow Sandmen. The battle continued without end. Ling Jian's strength was almost depleted, and his body was also heavily injured. After the first wave of the fifth wave, Ling Jian's injuries were even more severe. In the second wave, he only managed to kill over 100 Yellow Sandmen, but he was also killed, leaving the Iron Wall Crusade. Impressive. He actually made it to the second wave of the fifth round. A peerless genius at the late stage of the Nirvana layer is indeed different. As expected of a peerless genius with the attack power of a 1-star martial saint, the second wave of the fifth round might seem ordinary, but that was not the case. Since ancient times, the limit of a Nirvana stage practitioner was the third wave of the fifth round. For Ling Jinni to be able to reach the second wave, it was already pretty good. It would be a piece of cake for him to be ranked in the top 1,000. With a pale face, Ling Jinni walked out of the range of Iron Wall's blood-colored threads and arrived in front of Chu Mu. Death within the Iron Wall wasn't a true death, but it would cause a certain amount of damage to one's mind. Fortunately, this kind of damage to one's mind wasn't too serious and could be healed with some time. "Brother Chu, please," Ling Jian said. Chu Mu nodded and took a step forward. He walked into the blood-colored threads and seemed to be swallowed up. As soon as he entered, Chu Mu felt that the blood-colored threads contained a huge amount of terrifying blood evil that constantly attacked his spiritual world. Ghostly faces appeared in his spiritual world and wailed. They flew towards Chu Mu's sword soul with bared fangs and brandished claws in an attempt to destroy the sword soul. The eternal sword will spread out. Under a circle of ripples, it directly destroyed the ghostly figures that invaded his spiritual world. In the outside world, countless blood-colored threads condensed into blood-colored figures. They held sharp blades and rushed towards Chu Mu. The sharp blades slashed towards him, and the blade light filled the air. A chilling coldness descended and covered his whole body, almost freezing him. However, these blood-colored figures didn't pose any threat to Ling Jinni, and they posed even less of a threat to Chu Mu. Kill, there was only one word. Chu Mu didn't even unsheath his sword light. He just used his finger as a sword and gently slashed. The sword light flashed, and countless blood-colored figures were destroyed in an instant. He took a step forward without the slightest hesitation and directly appeared in front of the battle iron wall. He took a step forward as if he was stepping into water. Layers of ripples spread out, and his figure disappeared into it. The blood color changed, and like a mirror, it reflected Chu Mu's figure. Different from Ling Jiani, the place Chu Mu was born in was a grassland. The low grass was short, and each stalk pointed straight into the sky. They were like small swords that seemed to carry traces of a sharp aura. Under the blue sky, the grassland was boundless. The wind blew, but the grass didn't move. Only the white clouds floated in the sky. Chu Mu stood on the grassland, towering under the heavens. His opponents also appeared. 101st Heavenly Layer Nirvana Realm swordsmen, holding sharp swords, appeared in front of him. As the grass fluttered in the sky, they charged towards him. With just a casual swipe of his finger, 100 opponents were instantly sliced in half at the waist, vanquishing them. So easy, even easier than Ling Jiani. He didn't even draw his sword. He just used his finger as a sword. Using one's finger as a sword and directly drawing one's sword were two different things. Under normal circumstances, the power of one's finger couldn't be compared to a sword. Ling Jiani's face slightly changed, and then he smiled bitterly. He had already expected it. With his strength, he couldn't be compared to Chu Mu. If he still treated Chu Mu as an opponent, it wasn't confidence but ignorance. When the difference between two parties wasn't too big, they would have the thought of competing with each other. However, when the difference between two parties was so big that it was unimaginable, if one still treated the other party as an opponent, it would be ignorance and overestimation one's own strength. Ling Jiani was a top peerless genius. He was very proud, and he had the right to be proud. However, that was relative. There was an insurmountable gap between a peerless genius and a monstrous genius. After recognizing the truth, Ling Jiani's heart became much more relaxed. No matter what, at least he had a goal. Even if this goal was getting further and further away from him, there was still a back that he could look up to, chase, and turn into a trace of motivation. In the first, second, and third wave, he used his finger as a sword and easily killed them. In the first wave of the second round, Chu Mu was still as relaxed as before. As someone who could kill a 1-star saint and a 2-star saint with one sword, his sword origin and physique were very strong, and his recovery speed was extremely fast. It wasn't a problem for him to deal with the second round. In the third round, he still used his finger as a sword. However, it wasn't as easy as before. He spent some time to defeat his opponent and enter the fourth round. In the fourth round, there were 104th Sky of Nirvana Realm opponents. Chu Mu pulled out the Sky Beheading Sword and slashed forward. The crescent moon-like sword light was a few hundred meters long. Under the mighty momentum, it killed 104th Sky of Nirvana Realm Prairie Men with unparalleled power. One sword kill, causing everyone's expressions to greatly change. Although Ling Jiani was relieved, his heart was still trembling. Thinking back to when he fought in the first wave of the fourth round, he couldn't imagine how he could compare to Chu Mu. The strength of the Yellow Sand People and the Prairie Men were on par. It was just that the environment was different. In the second wave of the fourth round, Chu Mu still easily killed them. It seemed that he didn't use any strength. In the third wave, there were 10,000 fourth Sky of Nirvana Realm Prairie Men. Chu Mu looked calm, without the slightest panic or surprise. He raised his sword and sword light overflowed. He killed again. In the fifth round, looking at Chu Mu's expression, it seemed that he didn't use much strength in the previous battle. Under normal circumstances, the difference in strength between the first Sky of Nirvana Realm was about 10 times. According to the calculation, a second Sky of Nirvana Realm could deal with 10 first Sky of Nirvana Realm experts. However, that wasn't the case. After all, the strength of one's own was different from the combined strength. The strength of 10 first sky of Nirvana realm experts couldn't be condensed into one. As long as a second sky of Nirvana realm expert had enough fighting skills, he could easily kill them. 10,000 fifth sky of Nirvana realm experts were indeed powerful. They were like an army charging forward. However, their strength couldn't be condensed into one. They posed no threat to Chu-Mu. Instead, under Chu-Mu's sword, they were defeated one by one. Dozens of them were defeated. In the first wave of the 6th round, there were 106 sky of Nirvana realm experts. He has surpassed Ling, Jenny. This is the standard of an eternal realm saint. There's nothing strange about it. Whether it was the challenge of the towering peak, leaving his name on the reflecting wall, or the heaven-striking bell, he displayed the strength of a saint. It would be strange if he didn't reach the level of a saint in the Iron Wall. Many people even regarded Chu-Mu as a saint expert. Everything that he had displayed could only be achieved by a saint expert. Kill, kill, kill. The sky beheading sword drew a cold sword light. It was incomparably sharp as it cut through the void. Every sword took away many lives. One by one, the prairie men died under Chu-Mu's sword. His massacre was unparalleled. In the blink of an eye, 106 sky of Nirvana realm prairie men had all died under Chu-Mu's sword. Immediately, a second wave of 1,006 sky of Nirvana realm prairie men appeared. The aura of the 6th sky of Nirvana realm was powerful. It gathered into a wave and surged towards Chu-Mu. However, Chu-Mu didn't move an inch. The people outside seemed to have sensed it. Their faces changed drastically. Even Ling Jinny was the same. He estimated that if he was at his peak, he wouldn't be afraid. He could fight and kill Chu-Mu. However, from the first wave of the 1st round to the 6th round, his strength had been depleted. How could he fight again? Chu-Mu had displayed astonishing endurance. In the 3rd wave of the 6th round, 10,006 sky of Nirvana realm prairie men appeared. They shouted and charged towards Chu-Mu. Their aura was getting stronger and fiercer. Chu-Mu moved. He pointed his sword forward. The sword tip blossomed with an unparalleled sharpness. Chapter 1478. In the first wave of the 7th round, 100 grassland natives of the 7th level of the Nirvana realm appeared. This time, the grassland natives were different from the previous 6 rounds. Each of them was riding on a tall and sturdy horse. They were armed with long spears and sharp blades as they charged forward. Their imposing manner was even more terrifying. Even a 1-star martial saint expert would not be able to face the cavalry calmly. Charging forward, 100 horses galloped forward in an orderly manner. A gust of wind blew, and a desolate atmosphere filled the air. Chu-Mu had a solemn expression. His eyes were filled with radiance. He slowly raised the sky, slashed sword, and drew an irregular arc in front of him. As the arc radiance filled the air, he swung his sword. The irregular arc radiance was like a stretched disc. As it rotated, it cut through the void and charged towards the 100 cavalrymen. The long spears were cut off by the stretched disc sword light. Even the tall and sturdy horses were no exception. The grassland natives on the horses were also cut in half at the waist. With a single slash, more than a dozen grassland natives were killed. These were grassland natives of the 7th level of the Nirvana realm who were riding on tall and sturdy horses. They were not those low-level or mid-level Nirvana realm grassland natives from before. They were fearless. They killed their enemies with a single slash. Sword light was like a mountain and blood flew. In the second wave of the 7th round, 1,000 grassland natives of the 7th level of the Nirvana realm appeared. They were like butterflies flying through the flowers as they charged into the cavalrymen. Wherever their swords landed, they would take away one life after another. Exquisite swordsmanship, exquisite timing, perfect movement trajectory they performed to their heart's content. The massacre was like an art. Everyone was mesmerized by it. The towering peak, leaving one's name on the reflecting wall, and the sky-striking bell. These were all directly related to one's talent in various aspects. However, the most practical and important aspect was still the conquering the iron wall. This was because no matter how outstanding a person's talent was, no matter how amazing his talent was, if he did not have outstanding combat ability, he would not be of much use in the end. Think about it. Others wouldn't admit defeat just because your talent was outstanding. In a life and death battle, no one would care so much. Only with enough combat ability, being able to fully utilize one's advantages, grasping the opportunity and having exquisite skills, could one live longer. Since ancient times, there had been many cases of people with high talent dying at the hands of people with low talent. One challenge after another, Chu Mu left behind results that shocked everyone. Conquering the Iron Wall was the last challenge, and it was also the most important challenge. The third wave of the 7th round consisted of 10,000 7th level Nirvana realm grassland cavalries. The galloping of a magnificent army was extremely shocking. It was like a flood of steel charging over. The long spear in his hand pierced out, and a cold light pierced through the sky. Numerous spear shadows pierced towards Chu Mu, densely packed, tearing apart heaven and earth. Chu Mu swung his sword in front of him. Under the terrifying power, countless spear shadows were shattered. Chu Mu jumped up and cut through the enemy like a fish in water. He appeared next to a cavalry and quickly swept past, taking away his life. The artistic and dazzling slaughter unfolded once again. The best way to face 10,000 cavalries was to charge in. Otherwise, it would not be wise to escape or face them head-on. The only way was to charge into the group and cause them to be unable to utilize their advantage and become a pile of loose sand. However, this still required one's own strength. Otherwise, it would be like delivering meat to a wolf's mouth. It was no different from seeking one's own death. Chu Mu was not meat, and this group of grassland cavalries could not be called wolves. Therefore, Chu Mu did not die. The ones who died were them. 10,000 cavalries. All of them were buried under Chu Mu's sword. Battle, slaughter. Every sword move seemed to be so casual and casual. However, it had actually gone through the most precise calculations. How to attack, what angle to attack from, how to attack with the most energy, and how to exert the most strength had become a kind of instinct. To Chu Mu, this kind of battle was like practicing the sword. The effect was definitely many times better than practicing the sword alone. In the first wave of the 8th round, there were 100 grassland cavalries at the 8th level of the Nirvana realm. In terms of cultivation, this group of cavalries was not weaker than Chu Mu. In fact, they were even stronger. However, in terms of strength, they were still inferior to Chu Mu. In terms of individual strength, there was a huge gap. However, when they worked together, it brought a lot of pressure to Chu Mu. The greater the pressure, the greater the training. In this round, it had already exceeded the limit of the Nirvana realm. Only eternal realm experts could withstand it. In the second wave, there were 1,008th level Nirvana realm experts. In the third wave, there were 10,008th level Nirvana realm experts. In the first wave of the 9th round, there were 109th level Nirvana realm experts. A sword appeared in Chu Mu's left hand. It was the Undying Sword. The pressure brought by the 9th round was too great. Dual swords. Could he be proficient in dual swords? In the outside world, everyone was stunned. There was only a difference of one sword between dual swords and a single sword. However, it was many times more difficult to control dual swords. If one was not careful, one could injure oneself. Even if one did not injure oneself, it would not increase one's strength. Moreover, controlling dual swords required the corresponding skills and outstanding soul strength. Otherwise, how could one multitask? The dual swords vibrated and soared like a pair of wings. They flew past and decapitated people. Sword skills were at his fingertips. His comprehension of the forest of 10,000 swords was fully demonstrated. He had grasped the essence of each move. Phylian, 13 moves. Soaring Dragon Slash. Cloud splitting 8 moves. What sword skill is this? How can it be so exquisite? Everyone in the outside world was dumbfounded. He actually grasped so many exquisite and profound sword skills. Unbelievable. Every move displayed the essence of it. Its power is shocking. The 2 high-level martial saints couldn't help but sigh with emotion. There were no repetitive sword skills. After one move, there was a new one. It was hard to imagine how many sword skills Chu Mu had grasped. Some sword Dao cultivators widened their eyes. They removed all distracting thoughts and focused on watching, hoping to learn a thing or two. Under the dual swords, 109th level Nirvana grassland cavalrymen were all killed. The second wave consisted of 1009th level Nirvana grassland cavalrymen. The third wave consisted of 10,009th level Nirvana grassland cavalrymen. Fight, 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 kill, kill, kill. Fighting to his heart's content, killing without restraint. The display of sword skill after sword skill caused Chu Mu's understanding of sword skills to become deeper and deeper. The last cavalryman died under his sword. Chu Mu's breathing became rapid as he landed on the ground. The continuous battles from before had continuously increased in intensity. It had also put a huge burden on him. His heart was beating rapidly like a drum. Vitality emerged from his flesh and blood, quickly restoring his physical strength. As for the sword origin, although it was also recovering, it was not as fast as the physical strength, because the vitality targeted the physical strength. He actually passed the 9 rounds and 27 waves of Nirvana stage battles. Even some 2-star saint experts are unable to do so. It's too terrifying. Next, the opponents he will face will be even more terrifying. Chu Mu could not hear the various discussions. At this moment, he did not have the spare energy to think about other things because a terrifying aura had locked onto him. You're not bad. You actually managed to kill so many of my men. An indifferent and rough voice sounded. In front of him, a tall and muscular figure slowly appeared. The aura of a peak first sky of the Aeon fluctuated. He carried a giant sword on his shoulder and strode over. Every step he took exuded a terrifying pressure. His aura was constantly rising. Facing 10,009th level Nirvana stage experts was different from facing a first sky of the Aeon realm. You're no exception, Chu Mu said. Although he had consumed a lot of energy, he could still fight against a peak 1-star saint. He raised the giant sword with both hands and slashed down. The ground cracked, and terrifying flames shot out from the cracks, wanting to swallow Chu Mu whole. A figure rushed out of the flames. With the sword light protecting him, the flames could not reach him. A faint sword light silently spread over a few hundred meters and attacked the 1-star saint. Before he could react, the sword light had already pierced through his forehead. I heard that sword move is called the silent sword style. It really lives up to its name. It's silent and terrifying. The 2 high-level saints' faces were solemn. I wonder how strong the other Sky Strike sword style is. I think we'll see it very soon. As they spoke, Chu Mu's next opponent appeared. The tall figure was clad in green robes. He did not look like a strong person from the Great Plains. His left hand held an unsheathed sword, but the blade was dim. The aura of a peak second sky of the Aeon realm fluctuated. Will he be a match for this person? Most likely not. The difference between a peak 2-star saint is too great. As they spoke, the battle had already begun. Chu Mu kept slashing with both swords to attack. His opponent counterattacked with a dim sword, and the sword in his left hand was tricky. The silent sword style was executed, but his opponent dodged it. The Sky Strike sword style was powerful, and the wind and thunder were raging. Its power was shocking, but it was blocked by his opponent. Under the star-breaking sword style, The power exploded and blasted his opponent away, but he did not kill him. This person was a peak 2-star saint. Chu Mu, on the other hand, was left with less than 50% of his original strength after going through so many battles. He's so powerful, he can actually contend with a peak 2-star saint. Ling Jianyi's eyes bulged. Silent sword style, sky strike sword style. What's the other sword technique? Its power is even stronger than the sky strike sword style. The two high-level saints were shocked again. They could not remember how many times they had been shocked. The battle was extremely intense. Blood splattered everywhere. Both Chu Mu and his opponent were injured. I admit defeat, Chu Mu said. As his voice fell, his opponent stopped. Chu Mu's figure faded, and he left the Iron Wall crusade. It was possible to kill his opponent, but Chu Mu did not intend to reveal more strength. His current achievements were enough. 10,000 feet high peak, 96,000 feet high, leaving his name on the wall for more than 40 breaths of time, surpassing everyone. The Sky Strike Bell, echoing for 60 miles for 13 times. His current Iron Wall crusade had passed 9 rounds and 27 waves, killed a peak 1-star saint, and battled a peak 2-star saint. Regardless of which achievement it was enough to make Chu Mu the center of attention. The 4 achievements added together made him a legend in the small world of geniuses. Many people had witnessed the birth of a legend. I wonder how many years and how many geniuses will live under his radiance. A soft sigh filled with vicissitudes. Chapter 1479. The Sound Bamboo Forest and the Sound Bamboo Pavilion had become a symbol because this was the abode of one of the eternal monsters, Chu Mu. A abode didn't necessarily look like a cave. It was just a general term. Any place where a cultivator cultivated could be called abode. It had been 3 days since Chu Mu's challenge, but his name was constantly being mentioned. His fame became more and more resounding, reaching the ears of all the geniuses in the minor world of geniuses. When they talked about his achievements, it was like thunder piercing their ears, making them dizzy. The first time they heard it, there would always be people who would shout impossible with a face full of disbelief. Unable to withstand the majority's affirmation, they would personally go to the reflection wall to take a look. Monstrous, 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 how monstrous. Almost everyone wanted to visit Chu Mu. Chu Mu announced that he was going into seclusion because there were too many people, and he didn't want to be disturbed. Soon, another shocking piece of news spread throughout the minor world of geniuses. Chu Mu's status in the minor world of geniuses had risen from the bronze level to the gold level. Note, it wasn't the silver level, but the gold level. One had to know that it wasn't easy to go from the lowest black iron level to the bronze level. It was even harder to reach the silver level, and even harder to reach the gold level. In the minor world of geniuses, the Nirvana realm geniuses were mostly at the black iron or bronze level. Only a small number of them had reached the silver level, surpassing the majority of the Nirvana realm. The majority of the Eternal Realm saints were also at the silver level, and there were even fewer at the gold level. As for the dark gold level, only the high-level saints were at the dark gold level. These were all achieved by contributing to the minor world of geniuses by accumulating merit points. Chu Mu was only at the early 8th heavenly layer, so he had only entered the minor world of geniuses for a very short time. Outside of challenges, he hadn't completed any missions, so he hadn't obtained any merit points. However, his status had risen directly from the bronze level to the gold level, causing many people to be dissatisfied. But what could they do even if they were dissatisfied? Back then, the founder of the Genius Small World had left behind a rule. Whoever was able to leave their name on the Towering Peaks reflection wall, the Heaven Striking Bell, and the Iron Walls Battle Challenge, and was able to obtain the attention of tens of thousands of people, would be able to raise their status as a genius. What Chu Mu had achieved was not some achievement that was in the limelight, but a legend. With such a legendary achievement, he naturally had the qualifications to receive such a promotion. This was the result of a discussion between the geniuses with the highest status in the minor world of geniuses. In the end, in the minor world of geniuses, the higher one's status, the more obvious it would be. No matter what, the outer sect disciples had different identities and positions. They couldn't completely belong to the small world of geniuses. Only the inner sect disciples were the foundation of the small world of geniuses. Although Chu Mu was an outer sect disciple, he was an outsider. He wasn't a member of the ancient heaven domain sects, so the conflict between him and the small world of geniuses was minimized. Gold rank. Inside the bamboo music house, Chu Mu played with the golden token in his hand. It had just been delivered. The status of a genius had substantial benefits. In the small world of geniuses, other than the Wanjua Peak, the Reflection Wall, and other places for training, there were other holy lands for training. Enlightenment Pagoda, Lesser Universal Pagoda, Upper Elemental Valley, Origin Realm, and so on. Enlightenment Pagoda was easy to understand. It was a place suitable for secluded meditation. In theory, it would directly increase one's comprehension, but in reality, it was more complicated. In short, one's thoughts would be clearer in Enlightenment Pagoda, and it would be easier to comprehend things that were difficult to comprehend. The lesser, universal pagoda had the power of time. The flow of time in the pagoda was different from the outside world. Upper Elemental Valley was a place with extremely dense yuan qi of heaven and earth. It was suitable for cultivation. The Origin Realm had a clear fluctuation of the power of heaven and earth. It was suitable for the comprehension and refinement of the power of heaven and earth. Any genius in the small world of geniuses had the qualifications to enter these holy lands for training. However, according to the status of the genius, there was a clear limit and difference in the number of times and time they could enter. The dark iron level was the lowest. They only had 24 hours per month. In other words, a dark iron level genius could cultivate an Enlightenment Pagoda for 24 hours per month. They could also cultivate in the lesser Universal Pagoda for 24 hours per month. They could also cultivate in the Upper Elemental Valley or the Origin Realm for 24 hours per month. In short, they had 24 hours per month, which was one day. They could allocate it according to their needs. The bronze level was slightly better. They had 36 hours per month, which was 3 days. The silver level was better than the bronze level. They had 84 hours per month, which was 7 days. The gold level was naturally better than the silver level. They had 180 hours per month, which was 15 days, which was half a month. It was worth mentioning that if they did not use up all the hours in the month, they would not be able to accumulate them. They would be reset to 0 the next month. The dark gold level, which was above the gold level, did not have a time limit. They could cultivate as long as they wanted. It just so happens that after challenging everywhere, I have sorted out my sword skills. I have some new understanding of the 3 great sword moves. I will go to the Enlightenment Pagoda to see if I can completely grasp the essence of the star-breaking sword move and derive my own understanding. At that time, I can start to create my own sword skill, Chu Mu said to himself. He was looking forward to it. He left the bamboo sound tower and headed to the Enlightenment Pagoda. The Enlightenment Pagoda, as the name suggested, was a pagoda. The pagoda was completely black and stood in a valley. It was very majestic. The Enlightenment Pagoda had a total of 9 levels. Each level corresponded to the other. The first level was suitable for low-level Nirvana Realm cultivators. The second level was suitable for mid-level Nirvana Realm cultivators. The third level was suitable for high-level Nirvana Realm cultivators. The fourth level was suitable for first-level Nirvana Realm cultivators. The fifth level was suitable for second-level Nirvana Realm cultivators, and so on. The highest level, the 9th level, was suitable for 6th-level Nirvana Realm cultivators. That's right. The limit of the Enlightenment Pagoda was 6th-level Nirvana Realm cultivators. Entering the 7th, 8th, and 9th level Nirvana Realm cultivators wouldn't gain anything. High-level sages were far stronger than mid-level sages. They were the strongest group of people under the Sage Emperor realm. The founders of the Genius Minor world were also high-level sages. With their ability, they naturally couldn't create treasures suitable for high-level sages. There was a stone tablet in front of the Enlightenment Pagoda. Chu Mu took out the gold token and placed it on it. The stone tablet immediately showed the time he could use it. It also suggested that Chu Mu enter the third level of the Enlightenment Pagoda. After entering the first level, Chu Mu immediately had a strange feeling. It was as if the inside and outside of the Enlightenment Pagoda were two completely different worlds. The air on the first level seemed clearer. Even the speed of his thoughts seemed to have increased. The first level wasn't what Chu Mu wanted. He walked up the stairs and entered the second level. The feeling on the second level was a level deeper. He entered the third level, which was the level recommended by the stone tablet. After carefully sensing it, Chu Mu still wasn't satisfied. Thus, he went to the fourth level. Whether it was the first, second, or third level, there were people there. However, all of them had their eyes closed and were focused on comprehending. They didn't notice the arrival of others. The fourth level was suitable for the first level of the Nirvana realm. Inside the Enlightenment Pagoda, other than using up the time allocated each month, it also used up one's spiritual sense and mind. The world was fair. If you gained something, you had to give something. It was impossible to gain something for free. The Enlightenment Pagoda's most direct manifestation was that one's comprehension ability would increase. Furthermore, there was an extremely good environment for comprehending. The higher the level, the more obvious it would be. However, the price was the consumption of one's spiritual sense and mind. The higher the level, the more obvious the pressure on one's spiritual sense. The consumption would also increase. If a normal Nirvana realm cultivator entered the fourth level to comprehend, they wouldn't even be able to last a quarter of an hour before feeling exhausted. A short quarter of an hour was too short for comprehension. After all, the difference between the Nirvana realm and Eternal realm was very obvious. It was a kind of difference in essence. Standing on the fourth level, Chu Mu gave it a try. As expected, the third level couldn't compare. The increase was obvious, but the consumption was also obvious. Without entering the fifth level, Chu Mu knew that the fourth level was just right. His strength was comparable to a 2-star saint, but it didn't mean that Chu Mu's soul could compare to a second level of the Nirvana realm. Sometimes the difference in essence couldn't be made up with quantity. On the fourth level of the Enlightenment Pagoda, Chu Mu chose a praying mat and sat on it. Immediately, energy fluctuations surrounded him, protecting him. Ancient Heaven Domain, the 4 heavenly gates, Heaven Suppressing Sect, Heaven Opening Hall, Shattered Heaven Palace, and Heavenly Union Sect. The 4 heavenly gates were the leaders of the ancient Heaven Domain. They had countless disciples and countless geniuses. There were also many peerless geniuses. There were even monstrous geniuses that appeared once in 10,000 years. Xiaoza, a monstrous genius, appeared in the small world of geniuses. With his early Nirvana realm cultivation, he challenged the 10,000 Zhang Peak, left his name on the wall, struck the bell, and fought against the iron wall. He created a legendary achievement. You go and challenge him. The person sitting on the throne in the heaven-suppressing sect said, "Yes, master," said a young man below with a smile on his face. Similar scenes appeared in the heaven-suppressing sect, and heaven-suppressing sect. Xiaoza, heaven-suppressing sect's Nirvana realm monstrous genius. Manjan, heaven-suppressing sect's Nirvana realm monstrous genius. Ao Jinheng, heaven-suppressing sect's Nirvana realm monstrous genius. Ji Sai, heaven-suppressing sect's Nirvana realm monstrous genius. Xiaoza, Manjan, Ao Jinheng, and Jitsai were known as the 4 monstrous geniuses of the ancient Heaven Domain. The 4 of them didn't join the small world of geniuses. After all, the cultivation resources of the 4 heavenly gates were better than the small world of geniuses. However, this didn't mean that they couldn't enter the small world of geniuses. Ordinary people or geniuses didn't have the qualifications to enter the small world of geniuses. However, they were monstrous geniuses of the 4 heavenly gates. The higher-ups of the small world of geniuses naturally wouldn't refuse. There was no need to offend the 4 heavenly gates. Moreover, they entered the small world of geniuses to challenge others. Chapter 1480. Is this the minor world of geniuses? It doesn't feel like anything special. Man John casually said after looking around. He was extremely large and was a freak of body transformation. Looking at his nearly naked upper body and his muscles that were filled with explosive strength, it was enough to cause one's heart to tremble. Although the minor world of geniuses is famous, there is still a gap between us and the 4 heavens' gates. Xiao Zhe said calmly. He was humble and courteous, like a gentle gentleman. His hands were fair and beautiful. Ao Jinheng and Ji Cai didn't say anything. In my opinion, we shouldn't bother with that Chumu guy. Let's fight first. Man John's eyes gleamed with an incomparably ferocious light. The air fluctuated as his muscles trembled. A terrifying energy gushed forth, causing the air around him to be pushed away as countless layers of ripples spread out. He was a warmonger. His brain was filled with muscles. No one paid attention to him. The 4 monstrous geniuses were all familiar with each other, and they knew what kind of person Man John was. I intend to take a look around here first, Xiao Zhe said. He waved his hand that was shockingly white, and then his figure flashed and disappeared. How about you two? Do you want to fight first? Man John looked at Ao Jinheng and Ji Cai. I'll find a place to sleep, Ao Jinheng muttered. His figure flashed and disappeared. I don't want to fight with someone whose brain is filled with muscles. Ji Cai smiled and turned into a beam of red light. How boring. Seems like I can only find that Chumu guy and have a good fight. I hope he doesn't disappoint me. Man John grinned and stomped heavily on the ground. With a boom, his power exploded and the ground shattered. Mud splashed dozens of meters. Man John was like a meteor that shot into the distance. Since he's not here, I'll have a good sleep here. After breaking the seal, Ao Jinheng yawned, then closed his eyes and fell asleep in the bamboo music pavilion. Xiaoza arrived at the towering peak and looked up. It seemed to be boundless. Soon after, he leaped hundreds of meters into the air and landed on the towering peak. He began to climb. His speed was shockingly fast, surpassing one person after another and becoming the center of attention. In front of the pitch-black screen, a beautiful woman in a colorful dress appeared. She immediately attracted the attention of everyone around her. Everyone focused on her, but she didn't seem to notice at all. She raised her beautiful eyes from the name shining with a silver luster at the bottom all the way up. Silver, gold, and at the top there was a name shining with a silver luster that covered all the other names. Chumu. Soon after, the woman in the rainbow-colored dress moved. She raised her arm, and a sharp radiance gathered at her fingertips. Who will fight with me? Man John flew into the sky, and his voice resounded in all directions. After he knew that Chumu went into seclusion, he couldn't find a target. There were many geniuses in the small world of geniuses. Since someone dared to provoke them so brazenly, they naturally wouldn't sit idly by. Soon, many geniuses rushed over to fight with Man John. Chumu didn't know any of this. He was on the 4th floor of the Tao Comprehension Pagoda. The Tao Comprehension Pagoda had a corresponding protection mechanism. As long as one sat on a praying mat, they would be protected by the pagoda's power. People outside couldn't attack them. At some point in time, a few high-stage sacred rank experts appeared on the 4th floor of Tao Comprehension Tower. They all looked at Chumu with complicated expressions as he entered a meditative state with his eyes closed. The 4th floor is where only first sky of the Eons can comprehend. Looking at him, he seems to be doing it with ease. As expected of an Eon's monster, even his soul is so strong. He has almost no weakness. If we really want to talk about a weakness, it can only be said that his cultivation base is too low. For a moment, these high-level saints felt extremely conflicted. If they were born in the same era as Chu Mu, they would probably feel sad. Speaking of which, the four heavenly gates' monstrous geniuses are also here. They seem to want to challenge Chu Mu. It would be strange if they didn't come. In the past, there were no monstrous geniuses in our genius garden. Now that there is a monstrous genius, he can fight against them to a certain extent. I'm looking forward to the clash between monstrous geniuses. I wonder if Chu Mu can withstand the test. With Chu Mu's strength, he can be said to be invincible in the Nirvana realm. But if he faces monstrous geniuses of the same level, his cultivation base will be his shortcoming. The early 8th sky of the Nirvana realm is too low. You have to know that the four monstrous geniuses of the four heavenly gates are all at the peak of the 9th sky of the Nirvana realm. If it wasn't for strengthening their foundation, they would have already broken through to the Eon's realm. Challenges are unavoidable. Sometimes experiencing some setbacks is more beneficial for growth. As they spoke, the figures of these high-level saint-level experts faded as they left the Enlightenment Pagoda. Chu Mu was immersed in comprehension. He didn't know anything about the outside world. In the forest of 10,000 sword steels, more than 10,000 comprehensions were absorbed by Chu Mu bit by bit. The sword shadows in his mind became solid, then illusory, alternating between illusory and solid. Every time it changed, it meant that Chu Mu's comprehension of swordsmanship deepened. 3 great sword forms: silent, sky attack, star shattering, silent sword form, silent and undetectable, sky attack, sword form, vast and mighty, star shattering sword form, one sword shatters the stars. While comprehending, Chu Mu raised his right hand. His index finger and middle finger were like a sword, pointing out. At the tip of his finger, starlight bloomed and flickered. As his finger pierced into the air, it shattered with a pop. Cracks spread all over the area around his fingertip, covering an area of a few inches with his fingertip as the center. Finger after finger pierced out, performing the star-shattering sword form again and again. When he personally performed it, he could feel it more directly and clearly. As he continuously pierced out, the starlight on his fingertip became more and more condensed and resplendent. The flickering between illusion and destruction also became faster and faster. Inside the Tao Comprehending Pagoda, Chu Mu's already shocking comprehension was clearly amplified. His comprehension became even more shocking, and the Tao Comprehending Pagoda's environment was very suitable for comprehension. Every time he used a finger, his comprehension of the shattering star, sword style, deepened a bit. It was tens of times better than the outside world. After striking out over 100 times, a wave of comprehension surged into his mind like a tide. Suddenly he was enlightened. Star-shattering sword form, star-shattering sword form. The power of a sword is highly condensed. All the power is like the tiniest of particles. It gathers in a strange way, arranges, rotates, and explodes when released. It also has a specific trajectory, like the explosion of a star. Comprehension surged into his mind. He quickly deciphered the mysteries of the star-shattering sword form. He pierced out with his finger like a sword. The starlight on his fingertip was extremely condensed. It sank into the void and exploded, causing countless cracks to appear. With a flick of his finger, a strand of highly condensed starlight shot out. If it was magnified countless times, one would be able to see that within that tiny bit of starlight, there were countless spiral chains entwined. That was a spiral of power. If one magnified each spiral of power, one would be able to see the structure of the countless particles of power. After comprehending the mysteries of the star-shattering sword form, Chu Mu immediately understood the mysteries of the silent sword form and the sky-strike sword form on a deeper level. Only now did he understand that the so-called complete comprehension from before was not complete enough. This time it was also a coincidence that he was able to comprehend the spiral chains of power and the particles of power. He then understood that whether it was sword techniques or anything else, they were all based on the composition of power. Thus, they displayed different characteristics. The silent sword form had its own composition method of the particles of power and the spiral of power. The sky strike sword form had a different composition method. The star-shattering sword form also had a different composition method. He pierced out with his finger. In an instant, he pierced out with 3 fingers. The first finger was silent and unpredictable. The second finger was vast and powerful. The third finger's power was restrained and highly concentrated. The silent sword form, the sky strike sword form, and the star-shattering sword form. It was the same move, but there was a sense of transcendence. It meant that Chu Mu had truly grasped the essence of it. It's time to create my own sword technique. Chu Mu muttered to himself. He continued to comprehend. This time, the direction of his comprehension was different. It was no longer the 3 major sword forms. Instead, it was his own sword technique. The sword technique he wanted to create was naturally focused on piercing. Because he had only grasped the piercing true meaning of sword techniques, so far he naturally had to create his own sword technique with the piercing true meaning. Only then would he be able to bring out the true power of the piercing true meaning. Moreover, the 3 major sword forms were all piercing swords. They were closely related to the piercing true meaning. Creating one's own sword technique was not an easy task, especially creating a perfect sword technique that was most suitable for oneself. Humans were basically the same. They had the same head, facial features, limbs, torso, and so on. However, different people had obvious differences. Some people were taller, some were shorter, some are fatter, some are thinner, some are stronger, and so on. Even people of the same height and weight would have subtle differences in their bone structure. For a sword technique to be truly suitable for oneself, it had to be completely compatible with one's body. A sword stab seemed simple. It was just a stab with a sword in one's hand. However, how could one truly bring out the true power of the sword stab? How could one bring it to the limit or even surpass the limit? This required adjusting one's body and adjusting the way one exerted force. Every bone, every muscle, and even every meridian had to be mobilized in the most reasonable way. Chu Mu's control of his own body was naturally very unique. He could control it with just a thought. Therefore, creating his own sword technique to control his body was not difficult. Next, he had to create the framework of the sword technique. Every sword technique had its own framework, which was the so-called structure. After the framework was completed, one had to fill it with energy to form a complete sword technique. This move was mainly about piercing. The piercing in the sword technique was to hold the sword and stab forward. Stabs could also be divided into upper, lower, and lower stabs. However, if one were to divide it more carefully, there were also various kinds of stabs. For example, left, right, or back stabs. No matter which one it was, it could not be separated from the most basic factor. Chapter 1481. On the 4th floor of the Tao Comprehending Pagoda, Chu Mu's finger stabbed out again and again. The structure of the sword technique was not difficult for him. With his strong comprehension ability and the enhancement of the Enlightenment Pagoda, coupled with the flashes of inspiration from time to time and the accumulation of many sword techniques, it only took him some time to create the structure of this sword technique. He also spent some time to modify it, reaching the limit of perfection that he could achieve at present. Perfection was relative. With the broadening of one's horizons, the accumulation of experience, and the improvement of one's realm, the flaws of the previous perfection would be found and improved, becoming perfect again. This cycle repeated over and over again until it reached the point where it could no longer be improved. The control of power was not difficult. The structure of the sword art was not difficult. What was left was to extract the essence of the 3 sword arts and integrate it into the structure of the self-created sword art. The last step was the most difficult. Chu Mu was completely focused. His mind power was constantly consumed, and he did not notice it at all. The essence of the silent sword art was that it was silent. When the sword struck, it was silent. When the sword struck, it was silent. When the sword struck, it was also silent. Moreover, it was fast, making it impossible to guard against. The essence of the Sky Strike sword art was in its momentum and penetrating power. The mighty momentum was extremely shocking. Before the sword arrived, the momentum would suppress the opponent, creating a terrifying pressure that was difficult to resist. Then, the sword itself carried a terrifying power to pierce through. The star-breaking sword art was about the convergence of power and the explosion after hitting the target. All power was completely gathered, condensing into a tiny point in a strange way, but containing a terrifying power. After hitting the target, it would be released in all directions, creating an explosion and tearing the target apart. The three sword arts each walked a different path. The person who created them had displayed them to the fullest. Although Chu Mu had grasped the essence of the three great sword forms and had his own understanding of them, as well as grasping the energy spiral structure within them, if he wanted to extract the essence of the three great sword forms and merge it into his own sword technique framework, the difficulty was not ordinary. With his strong perception, Chu Mu continued to comprehend and work hard. The conflict had appeared, forcing Chu Mu to stop comprehending. He had to solve this problem. Otherwise, he would not be able to continue with the self-created sword art. The silent sword art is silent. The Sky Strike sword art is powerful. Silence and grandeur were clearly opposites. They were opposites. Just like day and night, they couldn't exist at the same time and could only alternate. This was where the problem lay. How could he neutralize the silence of the silent sword style and the power of the Sky Strike sword style? Chu Mu began to have a headache. 9,000 zhang. Who is that person? He is only at the peak of the 9th heavenly layer of the Nirvana realm. Yet, he managed to reach a height of 90,000 feet. Even Xiao Yuanji in Daogong and the others are unable to do so. Could it be another monster? That's right, he is a monster, the youngest disciple of the heaven-suppressing sect's leader, Xiaoza. At this moment, the person who was located 90,000 feet above the towering peak was Xiaoza. 9,600 zhang. As expected, it's not something an ordinary person can reach. Xiaoza could clearly feel the pressure at 9,000 zhang. He estimated that with his remaining strength, it would be difficult for him to challenge a height of 9,600 feet. However, if he used his secret technique, it would be possible. Did that monster called Chu Mu use his secret technique? No, he didn't know. The others also didn't know. Only Chu Mu knew. However, Xiaoza was very proud. Since it was a challenge, what was the point of using his secret technique? He let go of his hand, and his whole body fell down. In fact, if he tried harder, it would be no problem for him to go up another 100 zhang. However, in his opinion, it was meaningless if he couldn't reach 90,000 feet or even surpass it. But no matter what, the Nirvana realm's 90,000 feet, apart from Chu Mu, was also an unprecedented height in the small world of geniuses. If it wasn't for the previous Chu Mu, he would have shone brightly. Ao Jinheng was still sleeping in the bamboo sound tower. Perhaps he was sleeping. Ji Tsai stared at the 3 shining silver words on the wall. It was her name. Many people behind Ji Tsai also shifted their attention from her to the name on the wall. 7 breaths of time had passed, but the 3 words were still shining with silver light, as if there was no sign of it weakening. 8 breaths. 9 breaths. Ji Tsai's 3 shining silver words were still shining. 10 breaths. The lowest standard of leaving one's name on the wall was a little surprising, but it was nothing to be surprised about. It seemed that it should be like this. Ji Tsai kept staring at the wall. She wanted to see how long her name could stay on the wall. 11 breaths. 12 breaths. 13 breaths. Time passed by one breath after another. Everyone held their breath and stared at the wall without blinking, as if they were afraid of missing something wonderful. 15 breaths was a level that most Nirvana realm experts couldn't reach. Tsai had done it, but everyone also found that the light on her name had begun to weaken. I heard that person's name didn't weaken even after 40 breaths of time. It seems that I can't compare with him in terms of leaving my name on the wall. Tsai secretly said. She was even more interested in that monster named Chumu. After 25 breaths of time, the light on Tsai's 3 words completely disappeared. 25 breaths of time was a level that many saint-level experts couldn't reach. However, it still couldn't be compared with Chumu. Tsai wasn't depressed at all. Instead, she was even more interested. Ha ha ha, is this your strength? Are these the so-called geniuses in the genius small world? Too weak, really too weak. Not a single one of them could withstand more than 10 moves from me, let alone make me use my sword. In the sky, Manjon's wild laughter spread everywhere. His laughter was so unbridled that it made people gnash their teeth in anger. All around, the geniuses from the genius small world glared at him, but they couldn't do anything. Indeed, many geniuses went up to fight with him, but the result was that they couldn't even withstand 10 moves from him. That tyrannical body and terrifying power made people feel despair. Don't be so arrogant. Let me deal with you. A serious voice resounded. A flowing light flashed by like a star and appeared in front of Manjon. Peak of the 9th sky of Nirvana realm. Tell me your name. Manjon didn't put the other party in his eyes. Xiao Yuanji. The newcomer's voice was firm and deep. His appearance was just like his voice, giving people a feeling of resoluteness. Xiao Yuanji, one of the top geniuses of the Nirvana realm in the genius small world. I hope you can make me use my sword. Manjon's voice was filled with arrogance. As you wish. Xiao Yuanji wasn't angry at all. The power in his body continued to rise. His aura condensed and exploded. In a place separated from the crowd, there was a person in a wide silver robe. His hands were behind his back and his expression was calm. It was Ying Daokong. Slash! Xiao Yuanji roared. His palms suddenly clenched together. Instantly, a blazing light burst out. That light was like the light of the scorching sun. It stretched and turned into a sword light that slashed through the sky and slashed towards Manjon. Unknowingly, Xiao Yuanji was holding a huge sword in his hand. Interesting. Manjon laughed. He didn't dodge. Instead, he clenched his fist and stretched it. It was as if he was drawing a bow and suddenly punched out. In an instant, everyone seemed to see the fist shaking the void. With a boom, there seemed to be a cracking sound. That was Xiao Yuanji's sword light being shattered by Manjon's punch. What a terrifying fist! What a terrifying power! Xiao Yuanji's expression changed slightly. He had just arrived, so he didn't see Manjon's previous battle. This was a powerful enemy, a very, very powerful enemy. Xiao Yuanji wasn't afraid at all. Instead, his blood was boiling. He used all of his combat power, using 120% of his strength. Although he wasn't as strong as Manjon, Xiao Yuanji's physique wasn't bad either. He also had a powerful sword origin cultivation. He had grasped the 4th level sword force and practiced a powerful sword art. When he used all of his strength, the sword light swept across the sky. Its power was terrifying. However, Manjon's fists made people feel despair. No matter how powerful Xiao Yuanji's attacks were, they were all shattered by his iron fists. In the blink of an eye, 10 moves had passed. Xiao Yuanji was the first person in the small world of geniuses to fight with Manjon for 10 moves. Take my slash, cut the river, and break the flow. His strongest attack, the sword light, slashed horizontally. This was Xiao Yuanji's ultimate attack. Its power was shocking. For the first time, A trace of seriousness flashed in Manjon's eyes. His right hand fiercely grabbed in front of him, and a shadow appeared. Suddenly, countless people were shocked. What was that? It was a sword, an incomparably huge sword. It was like a door, very wide and thick. It looked more like a huge ruler. Just by looking at that incomparably huge sword, people could feel its terrifying weight. However, Manjon grabbed it with one hand and swung it, creating a storm. The whistling sounds made everyone tremble with fear. All of their scalps went numb, and they were horrified. It was just too terrifying. Manjon, in such a simple and violent way, forcefully attacked Xiao Yuanji's cut the river and break the flow, his strongest attack. After the collision, the terrifying power turned into a storm and spread out in all directions. Under the impact of countless airflows, the thousands of meters around them became a dangerous place. Everyone had no choice but to retreat. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to withstand that terrifying pressure. It had already surpassed the level of Nirvana realm. Within the countless airflows, Manjon's incomparably strong body rushed out of the turbulence. He raised the huge, door-like sword, and a terrifying aura condensed on it. All kinds of slashes fell down toward Xiao Yuanji. Xiao Yuanji's face drastically changed. That slash wasn't fast, but it had a terrifying aura. It was like an immemorial mountain falling down, suppressing him and crushing him into pieces. Unable to dodge, Xiao Yuanji shouted in a low voice. All the muscles on his body trembled. Sword origin surged, and all of it was injected into the huge sword in his hand. He raised it up and slashed out. Comparing the two swords, the difference was too great. With a boom, Xiao Yuanji was blown away. In the blink of an eye, he was already hundreds of meters away. Chapter 1482. Six Dao would like to thank all of you for your support during the Mid-Autumn Festival. I also wish all of you a happy holiday and a happy family reunion. Chu Mu appeared. He said that after eating the mooncakes given by his fellow disciples, his waist and legs no longer hurt. His heart also stopped beating. His combat power increased greatly. A fierce battle is about to begin. Weak, weak, weak. You are all too weak. After sending Xiao Yuanji flying, Manjon roared wildly. His voice was Gentian. The geniuses of the small world of geniuses had ugly expressions. At this moment, regardless of whether they were from the outer or inner sect, they all had a common enemy. I, Ying Daokong, will fight with you, Ying Daokong said. He didn't take any stance. His figure floated forward as if he had traveled through time and space. He appeared dozens of meters in front of Manjon. His robe fluttered in the wind. Ying Daokong and Xiao Yuanji were both peerless geniuses. However, Ying Daokong was more mysterious. Ying Daokong, you are the peerless genius who comprehended the power of space. I hope you can make me happy. Manjon laughed. Ying Daokong merely smiled. He raised his hand and pointed forward with a finger. The air beneath his fingertip was like the surface of water being touched lightly, and layers of ripples spread out. A gentle silver light appeared in front of Manjon, and it shot towards him. He didn't have time to swing his sword. He clenched his left hand and punched out, shattering the silver light. Interesting. Manjon laughed. He raised his huge sword and slashed down. The terrifying sword light was like a raging storm, rumbling through heaven and earth. The powerful slash seemed to be able to shatter a mountain. Ying Daokong's expression didn't change. He opened his hands, and a silver and round light spread out. It stretched and rotated, turning into a silver vortex. It released a terrifying suction force and absorbed the power of Manjon's slash. Ying Daokong's expression changed from indifferent to serious. He kept waving his hands, and the silver vortex kept stretching. It seemed to have formed a passage. The power of Manjon's slash traveled through the passage and broke through it. It condensed into a spiral and shot toward Manjon like a huge spear. This is more interesting. After absorbing and condensing his attack, he counterattacked. It was indeed interesting. Manjon's eyes shone. He didn't dodge or retreat. Instead, he raised his huge sword. There was a silver light flickering on the sword. It was sword energy. Chop! Everyone's eyes lit up, but it was too dazzling. When they closed their eyes, a sword light that resembled a huge lightning bolt streaked across the sky. The sword split into two, and its might was endless as it slashed towards Ing Daokong. Ing Daokong's expression was solemn. This time he didn't use any technique to absorb and counterattack, because the might of this sword strike was much stronger than the previous one, and he wasn't confident. The space under the sword light was suppressed, as if it had solidified. The air could not flow at all. Ing Daokong was under immense pressure. The pressure had an astonishing sharpness, as if it wanted to split his body apart. Ing Daokong's power erupted, and the loose silver robes on his body fluttered as if there was a strong wind blowing inside. His long hair danced, and layers of faint silver ripples spread out from Ing Daokong's body. Silver runes were faintly discernible. Spatial wall. With a cracking sound, cracks appeared on the spatial wall under the slash of the sword light. It shattered. The sword light was already astonishingly powerful. It slashed towards Ing Daokong, and it was defeated with a single strike. Ing Daokong's true body appeared behind Manjon, and his palm lightly slashed through the air in front of him. In an instant, the space where Manjon was seemed to have been cut by an invisible sharp blade, and a crack appeared. With a clang, Ing Daokong's spatial cut was blocked by the huge sword. Your path of space is indeed very good, but in front of absolute power, everything is just decoration, Manjon roared. His voice shook the heavens and the earth. With a rumbling sound, his huge sword danced wildly, and he slashed out one after another enormous sword light after another. It was as if a storm was attacking Ing Daokong. Absolute power, unparalleled power, didn't pay attention to any subtle techniques. It used strength to overcome everything. No matter how many changes one had, no matter how strange one was, they would all be defeated, shattered, and disappeared under absolute, unparalleled power. The path of strength was Manjon's path. It was the path that he relied on to dominate his peers. Ing Daokong's path was the path of space and the path of space. He comprehended the power of space and focused on the power of space. In terms of cultivation, Ing Daokong was on par with Manjon. But in terms of genius, Manjon was a monstrous genius, a once-in-a-lifetime monstrous genius, while Ing Daokong was merely a 1,000-year-old peerless genius. The gap between the two was very obvious. All along, people had been curious about the gap between a peerless genius and a so-called once-in-a-lifetime monstrous genius. Now they could see it clearly. Ing Daokong used all of his skills, but he couldn't do anything to his opponent. Moreover, his opponent's attack, which didn't seem to have used his full strength, made Ing Daokong exhausted. One after another, the spatial walls shattered under the enormous sword light. Ing Daokong was almost killed by the sword light. Fortunately, the spatial walls blocked it for a moment, giving him a chance to dodge. Not only was the sword light powerful, but it also had the miraculous effect of suppressing space. Two streams of light came from afar and stopped 10,000 meters away. They were Xiaoza and Ji Tsai. Manjon, this guy. Xiaoza shook his head, somewhat speechless. He's such a person. Letting him wait here, quietly, is worse than killing him. Ji Tsai said with a smile. What did you gain? Xiaoza changed the topic. Before coming, I was just looking. Now I'm very interested in him, Ji Tsai said with a smile. Her words gave people space to imagine. Xiaoza didn't make any other connections because he understood Ji Tsai. She had such an attitude towards people or things that interested her. You're right. I'm also interested in him, said Xiaoza. His interest came from the challenge of the towering peak. Ji Tsai's interest came from the challenge of leaving one's name on the wall. They all wanted to see just how outstanding this person, who was also considered a monstrous genius, was. Why was he able to leave his name on the towering peak and the wall so much better than them? Among the peerless geniuses, there was a difference between the ordinary and the peak. Among the monstrous geniuses, there was naturally a difference between high and low. All along, Xiaoza and the others didn't have a clear comparison. The four of them were about the same level. The other monstrous geniuses that they knew were also on par with them. It was lonely to have no opponent. It was also lonely to have opponents, but they were all very familiar with each other. An unfamiliar monstrous genius was enough to arouse their desire to battle. While Xiaoza and Ji Cai were talking, the battle between Man Zhan and Ying Daokong had also reached its climax. Ying Daokong was completely suppressed by Man Zhan. That violent and incomparably powerful power made it difficult for Ying Daokong to match. "I'm not your opponent," Ying Daokong admitted defeat with a pale face. "You haven't used your full strength yet. However, even if you use your full strength and double your strength, you're still not my opponent," said Man Zhan. His words were so direct that it sounded harsh. Ying Daokong didn't reply. He knew that Man Zhan was right. He indeed hadn't used his full strength. At least, he was also very clear that his opponent hadn't used his full strength either. He didn't know how much strength Man Zhan had used. Since he wasn't his opponent, there was no need to continue the battle. Even Ying Daokong has been defeated. It seems that we can only place our hopes on Chu Mu. It's hard to say. Chu Mu is indeed a monstrous genius, but his cultivation is only at the early stage of the 8th sky of Nirvana realm. His opponent is at the peak of the 9th sky of Nirvana realm. There's such an obvious gap in cultivation, and they're both monstrous geniuses. In other words, they weren't optimistic about Chu Mu's chances. That was indeed the case. They were both monstrous geniuses. Even if there was a gap between them, the difference in cultivation between them was 1 major sky and 3 minor sky. It was too obvious, but no matter what, they could only place their hopes on Chu Mu now. As for letting an eternal realm genius fight, they couldn't have this idea. Otherwise, even if they defeated his opponent, they would only be labeled as the strong bullying the weak. There was always a fundamental difference between the eternal realm and the Nirvana realm. But now, they heard that Chu Mu was in the Enlightenment Pagoda, and no one knew when he would come out. "Is there anyone else who wants to fight with me?" Man Zhan roared. In the battle with Ying Daokong, he had used part of his strength, which made his blood flow faster. Waves of heat were generated from his body, and his incomparably powerful qi and blood seemed to be burning. A powerful energy, fluctuation, spread out from Man Zhan's body. Layer by layer, it spread out to thousands of meters away. It was like a storm, whistling and howling. That kind of power was shocking. Everyone's face became serious. What a terrifying physique. A ferocious beast in human form. He cultivates the secret body refining technique of the Open Sky Palace, so his physique is naturally tyrannical. If the Nirvana realm can't do it, then the eternal realm can come, Man Zhan roared. Arrogant. Arrogant. A genius eternal realm expert was not ordinary. No matter how Man Zhan shouted, the eternal realm experts didn't fight. They all watched from afar. These were all low-level eternal realm experts. There were several reasons why they didn't fight. They were in the eternal realm, which was fundamentally different from the Nirvana realm. If they fought to defeat the opponent, it would be called bullying the weak. If they were defeated, they would become the opponent's stepping stone. They were also aware of the rumors. Every single one of them had personally killed an ordinary 1-star martial saint expert. Even though they were genius saint experts, they didn't dare to underestimate a monstrous genius like Man Zhan. "Is there no one else?" Man Zhan's voice became louder and louder. His battle intent was uncontrollable. "Chu Mu, come out. This is bad. Man Zhan seems to be going out of control." Xiaoza's expression was solemn. He was familiar with Man Zhan and knew his personality. Once his battle intent was strong, he would lose control and attack without any scruples. This was the small world of geniuses. They were here to challenge, not to cause destruction. Otherwise, if they caused any damage, it wouldn't be good for either side. Xiaoza wanted to take action to restrain Manjan and release his battle intent. At this moment, a ray of light flew over from afar. It was a sword light. It looked sharp and dazzling, but it was restrained within the sword light. "I'm here." As the sword light arrived, an indifferent voice sounded. It didn't seem strong, but in an instant, it spread out and entered everyone's ears. Chapter 1483. The Person Who Came. "Chu Mu. He's finally here. Maybe it'll be a wonderful battle." Everyone was looking forward to Chu Mu's arrival. This is the new genius. He left behind an unimaginable achievement in the 4 challenges. He's called a legend and directly promoted from the bronze level to the gold level. Let's see what you're capable of. The Eternal Realm geniuses in the distance all focused their attention on Chu Mu. Xiaoza, who was about to attack, also paused. Like Ji Tsai, he looked at Chu Mu with an inquisitive gaze, as if he wanted to see through Chu Mu. "His appearance is quite ordinary," Ji Tsai said. Xiaoza didn't respond to her. Chu Mu's appearance was not bad, but it could only be considered above average. Wait, when did she pay attention to the appearance? The quality of the appearance and the level of talent were not directly related. "But I'm still interested in him," Ji Tsai said again. Xiaoza still ignored her and kept staring at Chu Mu, as if he wanted to see through Chu Mu's real situation. Chu Mu just stood there, not emitting any shocking aura. He looked very ordinary, but people with discerning eyes could see that he was a kind of washed-away calmness. Only when one's realm was profound could one be washed away. This alone was enough for them to take Chu Mu seriously, even if his cultivation was only at the early 8th sky of Nirvana realm. "You're Chu Mu." Manjan looked back, his eyes piercing through the sky and falling on Chu Mu's face, bringing a terrifying pressure. His blood was boiling, and his battle intent was soaring. At this moment, Manjan only wanted to fight to his heart's content with his full strength. The soaring battle intent was almost condensed into a substance, stirring up the wind and clouds. A huge vortex of heaven and earth yuan qi appeared in the sky, whistling and rolling like a huge storm. Amazing battle intent. Too terrifying. In the distance, Xiao Yuanji and Ying Daokong's faces were incomparably dignified. They could also see that Manjan had only used a small part of his strength when he fought with them. Some of the one-star martial saint geniuses had grave expressions on their faces. That overwhelming battle intent made them feel threatened. However, Chu Mu's expression did not change, and he did not move at all. It was as if he did not notice it at all. "You finally appeared. I've been waiting for you for a long time." A loud roar rang out, Zhen Tian's momentum. Manjan raised his gigantic sword, channeling his energy into it and exploding forth. With a heavy slash, the terrifying sword light transformed into a raging storm, tearing everything apart. Such a terrifying attack. Yet Chu Mu dodged it with a light dodge. Then, Manjan's second attack came. With a bang, the space seemed to have become a stepping board that trembled beneath his feet. The terrifying impact caused the air to be compressed to a high degree and flew in the opposite direction. It was sufficient to annihilate an ordinary high-level Nirvana realm martial artist. Manjan's speed was fast to the extreme. With an incomparably tyrannical stance, he closed in on Chu Mu. The air in front of him was compressed by him, becoming as hard as refined steel. If someone with insufficient cultivation came into contact with it, they would be shattered by the impact. The gigantic sword, which was like a door, was raised. A terrifying power gathered on the sword and slashed down. This sword was enough to split a 1,000-foot mountain. No one doubted what would happen if Chu Mu did not dodge this sword slash down. Would he be split into two, or would he be blasted into pieces? Even Xiaoza and Ji Tsai did not want to face Manjan's terrifying power head-on. Chu Mu, who was at the early stage of the 8th sky of Nirvana realm, did not seem to have a tyrannical body like Man-John. He could only dodge. With Chu Mu's agility, this sword might be difficult, but he should be able to dodge it. Otherwise, it would be too disappointing. However, Chu Mu did not have any intention of dodging. The power of that sword was too terrifying. Chu Mu could clearly feel the pressure of the gigantic sword. This was the first time he saw someone using such a gigantic sword as a weapon. Moreover, the opponent was also a body cultivator with a terrifying physique. A look of surprise flashed across his face, which made some people mistakenly think that it was shock. The sword light flashed, and Chu Mu pulled out the sky-beheading sword. What's going on? He did not dodge, and even pulled out his sword. Is he going to face it head-on? Stupid! How could he be so stupid? I am so disappointed. I thought that this monster would further improve the reputation of our small world of geniuses. But now it seems that it will only tarnish our reputation. Too stupid. Many people showed a disappointed look. Xiaoze slightly frowned, somewhat puzzled. Ji Cai, on the other hand, showed an interested look. However, they could not figure out why this person wanted to fight against Man-John. Was he also a body cultivator? However, shouldn't a body cultivator have bulging muscles and a strong body? No matter how they looked at this person, they could not see how strong his body was, nor did he have the feeling of being full of power. Whether he was stupid or had something to rely on, they would soon be able to see it. Chu Mu slashed out with his sword. With a clang, an indescribable sound of Zhen Tian instantly exploded. The light of the world in front of them quickly faded, becoming dim, leaving only a lifeless grayish-white. The terrifying sound wave seemed to be filled with the power of death. Wherever it passed, countless cracks appeared in the void like the surface of a mirror, spreading in all directions. It was as if the void would shatter completely if an external force came into contact with it, causing the void to collapse. The sound wave swept across the crowd, causing their spirit to be impacted, their soul to sway, and their blood to surge. Their bones and muscles felt as if they had been scraped by a blade, causing their hair to stand on end. The impact of the sound wave was extremely short, passing in the blink of an eye, but the remaining power was unforgettable. A huge door-like sword, and an ordinary sword of ordinary length and width. No matter how one looked at it, the two were so asymmetrical. It felt like an ant was compared to an elephant. Could an ant fight against an elephant? Impossible. But Chu Mu's sword was able to resist Man-John's huge sword. The visual impact was too strong, almost causing everyone's eyes to pop out. You actually have this kind of power. Man-John was incomparably excited, as if he had discovered a new continent. All along, his opponents had walked the path of qi refinement. This made him unable to find the feeling of fighting to his heart's content, even if he had to use his full strength. This was because only body refinement cultivators of the same level, or even stronger than him, could make him feel to his heart's content. But in the sky-splitting palace, there was almost no one in the same generation who could be his opponent. His elders were all in the eternal realm, and were stronger than him. Chu Mu, a monster from the outer realm, was also a body refinement cultivator. This was a huge discovery. Body refinement was even more difficult than qi refinement. Fight, fight, fight! Man-John went crazy. With a loud roar, he grasped his huge sword with both hands. This was the first time he had held a sword with both hands here. Raising his huge sword, Man-John madly slashed and attacked crazily. Huge and terrifying sword light constantly bombarded Chu Mu, slashing towards Chu Mu, turning into a torrential storm. Chu Mu didn't show any signs of weakness. He waved his sky-beheading sword, blocking and counterattacking. Both sides unsheathed their swords and engaged in an intense, close combat in the air. Bright and dazzling sword light, each one filled with deadly danger. In a breath, the two swords clashed dozens of times, and countless sound waves spread out in all directions. Sparks flew everywhere, and it was extremely dazzling. Everyone in the distance was dumbfounded. This was a battle between monsters. This was a confrontation of strength. Man John possessed terrifying strength. No one would have thought that Chu Mu, who didn't look strong, would have such tyrannical physical strength. It was easy to distinguish whether it was physical strength because physical strength didn't have any fluctuations of heaven and earth yuan qi. At this moment in the battle between Man John and Chu Mu, other than the heaven and earth yuan qi in the surroundings being stirred up, there were no yuan qi fluctuations coming from their bodies. This meant that the two of them were fighting with pure physical strength. It's really too terrifying. Xiaozi sighed and secretly said in his heart, no wonder he could challenge the peak of 96,000 feet. Ji Tsai didn't say anything, but there was a strange light flickering in her beautiful eyes. The battle between Chu Mu and Man John was locked within a certain range, but the aftermath of the collision of the two swords spread out, covering a radius of several thousand meters. It became a dangerous place. If an ordinary Nirvana realm martial artist were to enter, they would most likely die. In such a battle, not only did Man John feel satisfied, Chu Mu also had the same feeling. His physical strength was constantly exerted, using his sword to attack, slash, and collide again and again. The feeling of his blood boiling and surging was indescribable with words. This kind of feeling was like a fist hitting flesh. In the fierce battle, Chu Mu grasped that Man John's physical strength was much better than his. It was very simple. Man John was a pure body cultivator who had reached the peak of the ninth sky of Nirvana realm. Although he also had a Qi cultivation base, it was just a foil. It was a very ordinary Yuan Qi cultivation base, and its function was to accelerate the recovery of his physical strength. As for Man John's use of his physique, he was able to widen his strikes. Every strike of his sword seemed to have the power to split apart mountains. Because he came from Heaven Opening Hall, what he cultivated was the highest level body transformation arcane arts of Heaven Opening Hall. When it came to the application of strength, it was mainly fierce and overbearing. The body cultivation secret technique of the Open Sky Palace and the application of physical strength had almost reached the pinnacle in terms of fierceness and overbearing. Chu Mu, on the other hand, was different. His use of power was even more diverse. Whether it was forceful and domineering, soft and delicate, or other kinds. As he continued to train and his realm continued to rise, he became increasingly proficient in them. Chu Mu's physical strength was at the early 8th sky of Nirvana realm. There was a huge difference between him and Man John. But now he was able to contend with Man John. On one hand, Man John hadn't displayed his physical strength to the pinnacle. On the other hand, Chu Mu's application of physical strength was above Man John's. Man John's application of physical strength was indeed fierce and overbearing. But in Chu Mu's eyes, it was still a bit crude. The application of physical strength allowed Chu Mu to close the gap. But as the battle continued, as Man John's physical strength continued to increase, Chu Mu began to feel pressure. At the same time, this pressure became a driving force that stimulated his potential. Chapter 1484. Boom, boom, boom. Violent sounds rang out continuously, as if 10,000 thunders were roaring at the same time. Man John's figure was completely submerged by the huge sword light. Even the power of divine sense could not penetrate the sword light and lock onto his figure. Although the sky beheading sword was not as big as Man John's giant sky sword, it was not inferior in terms of hardness and toughness. Therefore, after numerous collisions, the sky beheading sword was still intact. Countless sparks flew, lighting up the sky. It was incomparably bright. The intensity and danger of such a battle made everyone tremble in fear. Cold sweat dripped down their backs, and their faces turned pale. The battle lasted for half an hour. Such a violent battle lasted for half an hour. It could be said to be a high-intensity battle. The two swords clashed again, and a loud and sharp sound rang out, tearing apart countless sword light. It also made the two figures who had been fighting in close quarters to each other to retreat. Hundreds of meters away, Man John's chest was heaving up and down, and his heart was beating several times faster than usual. The temperature of his blood was rising rapidly, as if it was about to burn. When he inhaled, there was the sound of a huge bellows. Countless white streams of air were sucked into his nostrils. When he exhaled, the air around him trembled and cyclones were formed. It was as if the sky and earth were breathing along with him. On the other hand, Chu Mu's breathing was even, but his eyes were sharp and sharp. Awesome! Man John roared. His voice was filled with joy. Next, I will use my full strength. You be careful. After he finished speaking, an even more powerful aura burst out from Man John's body, soaring into the sky. That aura condensed in the sky, almost materializing. It was a huge human figure, emitting a boundless and vigorous aura, as if it was going to support the sky. Man John is going to use his full strength. Seeing this scene, Xiao Zhe thought, the battle just now was very intense, and it was very shocking. However, in reality, Man John did not use his full strength. He only used the power of his body to fight, and did not use any powerful sword arts. But now it was different. Come, Chu Mu said. His voice was calm, but there was a sharp edge to it. Every muscle on Man John's body was twitching. Every time it twitched, a terrifying energy ripple would spread out. Wielding the great celestial sword with both hands, the sword's body was filled with a silver luster. The sword's edge was flickering. It was a sword force that had reached the 4th level. Take this, earth-splitting chop. The giant celestial sword exuded a terrifying aura, as if it was going to shatter the earth. This was the first time Man John had used a sword technique after entering this place. It was a powerful sword technique from the heaven-opening palace. Earth Sword Light was a very ordinary name, but it was extremely terrifying. As the sword slashed down, the incomparably huge sword light brought with it a heaven-shaking power as it slashed towards Chu Mu. The air below was directly compressed into a terrifying chi blade, and it slashed towards the ground. Even though it was over 1,000 meters away, it still struck the ground. With a boom, the ground cracked open, and a crack that was a few meters wide and hundreds of thousands of meters long appeared, like the mouth of a monster. Just the prelude to this attack was enough to shock everyone to the core. It was as if this sword could really split the earth. Chu Mu's eyes shined brightly as if he could see through everything. His divine sense surged out, and in that instant he tried his best to analyze Man John's sword. He tried his best to analyze its composition, its direction, its trajectory, the way it exerted force, etc. On the 4th floor of the Tao Comprehension Tower, Chu Mu had analyzed the profound mysteries of the 3 great sword styles. He had grasped the structure of the power spiral and the power factor. His horizons had broadened greatly, and his understanding of power had reached an even deeper level. Whether it was Yuan Qi, physique strength, sword force, or sword arts, they were all considered power. Different kinds of power had different structures. If he could completely grasp power, then no matter what kind of power it was, whether it was a sword art or Yuan Qi, he would be able to easily analyze its mysteries. Of course, the more powerful a sword art was, the more complicated its structure would be, and the more difficult it would be to analyze. Chu Mu didn't have the confidence to analyze Man John's earth-splitting chop. He was only giving it a try to accumulate experience. In that instant, Chu Mu came into contact with the structure of the earth-splitting chop. The power spiral also vaguely appeared before his eyes. If he was given more time, he would definitely be able to analyze a part of it. However, there wasn't enough time. That attack had already landed, and the power it contained made Chu Mu tremble. Taking a deep breath, Chu Mu didn't dodge. Instead, he attacked with his sword. As the sword stabbed out, the wind and thunder exploded. The momentum was shocking, like a giant wave surging into the sky. It was as if the earth was shattering and the sky was collapsing. This kind of momentum was incomparable. The three great sword styles. Sky Strike Sword Style. In terms of momentum, Sky Strike Sword Style was the most powerful. When the sword stabbed out, everyone was shocked. After Chu-Mu had analyzed Sky Strike Sword Style, it was more suitable for Chu-Mu. However, it wasn't created by him, so there were still some differences. Even so, it was still very powerful. Sky Strike Sword Style against Earth Splitting Chop. The terrifying momentum collided, and the sound waves spread out endlessly. It swept out in all directions, causing the faces of the geniuses several tens of thousands of meters away to change. They felt as if their ears had been pierced, and their heads were throbbing with pain and dizziness. The terrifying aura also pressured them to the point that they almost couldn't breathe. A loud, rumbling sound rang out, and heaven and earth shook. Under the collision of the two swords, the sky seemed to split open, and the earth seemed to crumble. Under one sword, both sides were evenly matched. It's actually a draw. Xiaozi was puzzled. Before, he didn't find it strange that Chu-Mu could contend against Man-Jan. After all, Man-Jan was a monstrous genius. But now, Man-Jan was using his full strength, and his cultivation was one greater heavenly layer and three lesser heavenly layers higher than Chu-Mu's, and he had even used the Sky-Splitting Hall's secret sword technique, Earth-Splitting Chop. Just how terrifying was the power of the sword technique that Chu-Mu had just used? Xiaozi's eyes shone brightly, and battle intent rose from his body. Second sword, Sky-Splitting Chop. Seeing that Chu-Mu had actually blocked his Earth-Splitting Chop, Man-Jan became even more excited, and his roar became even louder. He swung his great heaven sword again, and it turned into a whirlwind. Terrifying energy constantly gathered, and in the end he pointed his sword at the sky. A terrifying aura soared into the sky, stirring up the wind and clouds. The sky seemed to have cracked open, and a terrifying pressure was emitted. Sky-Splitting Chop, a sword that could split open the sky. It was a sword technique even more terrifying than Earth-Splitting Chop. Under the sword of a sword expert, this sword technique was enough to split open the sky. Man-Jan wasn't a sword expert, but he was a monstrous genius. The Sky-Splitting Chop he used under his sword had also reached a shocking level. Sky-Splitting Chop. Chop! Stars shatter! With a low roar, Chu-Mu also attacked. The sky-splitting sword stabbed out, and a speck of starlight condensed at the tip of the sword. That starlight seemed to be silver, but it also seemed to be golden, and it seemed to be constantly changing colors. Everyone could feel the terrifying power contained in that speck of starlight at the tip of Chu-Mu's sword. Star Shatter Sword Style against Sky, Splitting Chop. It was an even more terrifying confrontation. The sky collapsed, the earth cracked, the moon was destroyed, and the stars sank. Countless cracks appeared in the sky, and a dazzling light shone in from the sky. Countless sword light shot out, like shooting stars across the sky, incomparably resplendent. Under the huge collision, countless ripples spread out. Chu-Mu and Man-Jan both retreated. You even blocked the sky, Splitting Chop. Man-Jan was extremely shocked, and then he became even more excited. Next, this sword is a sword technique that I created myself. Its power might not be as powerful as the Sky-Splitting Chop, but before he finished his words, Chu-Mu understood that a sword technique created by oneself was usually the most suitable for oneself. Perhaps its power might not be as powerful as the Sky-Splitting Chop, but in terms of control and application, it was superior. This sword is called the Sky-Splitting 9 Consecutive Chops. As Man-Jan spoke, he took a step forward, squatted down slightly, and assumed a posture. He looked like an incomparably strong leopard that had locked onto its target and was about to launch the most ferocious, violent, and swift attack. The first impression that Man-Jan gave people was power, tyrannical power, and violent power. However, at this moment, In addition to that terrifying power, he also gave people a feeling of rapid speed. Pure power was not enough to make people afraid, but when the power and speed were combined, the power produced was extremely terrifying. It was like a 10,000-pound boulder. When it was still, it did not pose any threat, except for giving people a heavy feeling. However, when that boulder started rolling, no ordinary person would be willing to face it head-on. Even if the rolling speed was not fast, once they were hit, their bones would definitely be broken, and they would even be crushed into a meat patty. If a 10,000-caddy boulder were to fall from the sky at an astonishing speed, then the power it produced would be even more terrifying. Manjan's sky splitting 9 consecutive chops has been perfected. Xiaoza was also surprised. Ji Tsai did not say anything, but her eyes shone brighter. How could monstrous geniuses like them not have self-created things? The more monstrous a person was, the faster they would understand that self-created things were the most suitable for them, and the best way to display their power. Manjan was accumulating power. The sky-splitting 9 consecutive chops had not reached the most perfect level, so it would not be easy to perform it. Chu Mu did not take the opportunity to attack. This was a competition, not a life and death battle. He also wanted to see how powerful this self-created sword art was, and what kind of mysteries it had. Some sword arts focused on lethality, while others focused on other aspects. Each had its own merits. While Manjan was accumulating power, Chu Mu's spirit power had already approached, covering and penetrating to analyze the structure of the opponent's sword art. He found that the structure of the sky-splitting 9 consecutive chops was many times more complicated than the earth-splitting chops. However, it did not matter, as there was still some time. Chu Mu continued to work hard. It seemed that he was standing still, as if he was going to receive Manjan's self-created sword art without any defense, as if he was seeking his own death. However, no one thought so. Instead, they felt that Chu Mu had his own reasons for doing so. Chapter 1485. There was a total of 9 beams of sword light. They shot out one after another and circled around before hitting the giant heavenly sword. With a clanging sound, it was as if the sword was sheathed. Every time, the giant heavenly sword would tremble, and its luster would become even brighter. Power and speed combined. Manjan slashed out. The first slash was from the bottom left corner to the top right corner. The second sword slashed horizontally from right to left, lowering the upper right corner by a few inches. The third slash, the fourth slash, the fifth slash, Manjan's sword speed was shocking, as if he had the help of the gods. In an instant, he had slashed out 9 times. Each of the 9 sword light was a combination of power and speed. Each of the sword light contained a feeling of splitting heaven and earth. Each slash contained a shocking power. The power of each slash of the 9 consecutive slashes was not as strong as the heaven-opening slash. In fact, it was even weaker than the earth-splitting slash. However, this move had absorbed the essence of the heaven-opening slash and Manjan's own understanding. The heaven-opening slash was to pour all of one's power into a single slash. The heaven-opening slash was to divide that power into 9 parts. 9 streaks of sword light slashed at him from different angles at the same time. In the blink of an eye, the 9 sword light had arrived in front of Chu Mu. Each sword light had the power to split Chu Mu in 2. Wherever the sword light passed, the space was sliced open, leaving behind streaks of white marks. Chu Mu immediately felt his hair stand on end. It was as if his body was about to be cut 9 times and split into many pieces. Self-created sword technique. So, let's test the power of that half-sword technique. Chu Mu thought to himself, his eyes as bright as the stars. He slowly raised his right hand. On the heaven/sword, light was faintly discernible, like clouds and mist. The sword seemed to be moving slowly, but it was as if it was dragging a piece of the sky. It gathered thousands of clouds and mist and white clouds, but it seemed like an illusion. Why are there white clouds? Not again. The white clouds vanished under Chu Mu's sword. With a faintly discernible sword light, Chu Mu also got into a stance, the tip of his sword pointed forward, directly at Manjan. The sword force flowed and reached the 8th level. In the previous battle with Manjan, Chu Mu had only used level 6 sword power. 6th grade sword power and 8th grade sword power were two completely different concepts. Level 6 sword force could increase the power of a sword art by 7 times. Level 8 sword force could increase the power of a sword art by 9 times, and level 4 sword force could increase the power of a sword art by 5 times. The difference between 5 times and 9 times was obvious. Amidst the vanishing clouds, the sword light became condensed and fine, almost undetectable. The eternal sword intent controlled all powers, the sharpness of metal, the swiftness of wind. In an instant, Chu Mu stabbed out with his sword. It was silent, and even the sword light was undetectable. The power was highly condensed, as if condensed into a point, but also as if condensed into a line. It pierced through the void and stabbed towards Manjan from thousands of meters away. In an instant, Manjan felt his forehead twitch, and he had a bad feeling. It was as if someone was pointing a sword at his forehead, and a sense of crisis arose spontaneously. Shortly after, Chu Mu stabbed out. In an instant, Manjan felt as if his forehead had been pierced through. The 9 intertwining sword light had a feeling of splitting the sky and earth, and also a feeling of sealing the sky and earth. A person as a target would be trapped in the sky and earth, trapped under the sword light. No matter up or down, left or right or forward or backward, one would not be able to avoid the attack of the 9 sword light. In a short time, Chu Mu had analyzed some of the characteristics of the 9 consecutive slashes of opening the heavens. He knew that this move was hard to dodge, and he also did not want to dodge. Since he had created his own sword art, he would use his own sword art to deal with it. Just how monstrous was the heaven-splitting Hall's genius? Before anyone could react, his sword had already collided with Manjan's 9 sword light. There was no sound, as if it didn't exist. That sword directly pierced through the 9 sword light and shot towards Manjan. The 9 sword light that had been pierced through had its internal structure destroyed. The power spiral became unstable, and as it shot towards Chu Mu, it began to collapse. This was also related to the fact that the 9 consecutive slashes of opening the heavens wasn't perfect enough. Everyone only saw the 9 terrifying sword light shooting towards Chu Mu suddenly collapse and weaken. When they hit Chu Mu only waved his sword and shattered the 9 sword light, causing them to turn into countless specks of light. At the same time, Chu Mu's sword had been condensed into a fine sword light, because it had pierced through the 9 sword light of the 9 consecutive slashes of opening the heavens. It had become very faint, as if it was about to dissipate. However, it still stubbornly persisted and shot towards Manjan. As a monstrous genius, his battle awareness definitely surpassed ordinary people. Manjan's subconscious reaction was to raise his sword and block in front of him. The great celestial sword's advantage was displayed. The sword was like a door, blocking Manjan's entire body. Defense. With a clang, Manjan's arm trembled. He only felt a terrifying power explode from the great celestial sword, sending him flying several hundred meters before stopping. In everyone's eyes, the point where the great celestial sword had struck the sword instantly exploded. Countless cracks appeared in the void, as if the void had been torn apart. It also seemed like an illusion. The tyrannical Manjan was forced back several hundred meters. His palm was a bit numb, and his arm trembled slightly. It took him a while to recover. Manjan took a deep breath and flew towards Chu Mu with the great celestial sword. "What is this move called?" Manjan asked. "I feel that this move is not complete." "Cloud-piercing sword style. Currently it's only half a move." Chu Mu said. "Half a move? Did you create it yourself?" Manjan's eyes shone brightly. Chu Mu nodded his head. The cloud-piercing sword style was indeed something he had created in the Tao Comprehending Pagoda. After analyzing the three great sword styles and constructing the sword style framework, he had combined the essence of the three great sword styles and filled it in. However, because of the difference between the silent sword style and the sky strike sword style, Chumu had to spend a lot of effort and ultimately had to make a choice. In the end, Chumu chose the silent sword style's soundness and speed, the sky strike sword style's penetration, and the broken star sword style's power condensation and explosion. A total of 5 characteristics were extracted by Chumu, combined, and placed into the framework of the sword style, completing his creation. But because the time was too short and rushed, the fusion wasn't complete. This cloud-piercing sword style was only half a move, and its power wasn't strong enough. However, the power of this half a move was not the slightest bit inferior to Manjan's heaven opening 9 chops. Fighting with you is very satisfying. Manjan laughed. Basically, I've already used my full strength. However, I still haven't used the Heaven Opening Palace's secret technique. If I use it, my strength can increase by 10 times. A 10-fold increase surprised Chumu. Thinking about it, Heaven Opening Palace was a huge sect that had been passed down for tens of thousands of years. It was one of ancient heaven regions, 4 great heavenly gates. It wasn't strange for them to have a 10-fold increase. Manjan's meaning and tone clearly meant that if he used the secret technique, Chumu definitely wouldn't be his opponent. He didn't know that Chumu also had a secret technique that could increase his strength by 10 times. Not fighting anymore. Seems like it. The battle between the two was extremely intense and brilliant. But now that they were talking, the spectators were puzzled. Has the outcome been decided? I don't think so. If I have to say, Manjan should be at a disadvantage in the last move. Indeed, Manjan's opening heaven's 9 consecutive slashes had been broken by Chumu, while Chumu's half-cloud piercing sword had pushed Manjan back a few hundred meters. Indeed, Manjan was at a disadvantage, but being at a disadvantage didn't mean he had lost. Wait until you and I both reach the Eternal Realm. Then we'll fight again, said Manjan. The giant sky, sword in his hand, disappeared with a wave. All right. Chumu immediately agreed. This Heaven Opening Palace's evildoer was indeed very powerful. He was at the peak of the 9th sky of Nirvana stage, yet he could easily kill a normal 1-star saint rank. Even a peak 1-star saint rank expert might not be able to defeat him. He might even be able to contend against a normal 2-star saint rank initial stage expert. However, Chumu didn't use his full strength in the battle with Manjan. If he used his full strength, he could kill an ordinary 2-star saint. If Manjan knew that the difference between him and Chumu was so obvious, who knew what kind of expression he would have? Although it seemed like the difference between the peak of the 9th heavenly layer and the peak of the 1st heavenly layer of the Eternal Realm, there was a fundamental difference between the Eternal Realm and the Nirvana Realm. A peerless genius at the peak of the 9th heavenly layer of the Nirvana layer could contend against an early 1st heavenly layer of the Eternal Realm. However, if he could defeat an early 1st heavenly layer of the Eternal Realm, it was already very good. I am Xiaoza from the Heaven Suppressing Sect. Originally, I wanted to fight with you, but after seeing your battle with Manjan, I know that your strength isn't inferior to mine. Therefore, after reaching the Eternal Realm, I will come and fight with you again. Xiaoza flew over to Chumu and said to Chumu. Chumu sized up Xiaoza. This person gave off a carefree feeling. His hands were white and slender, even prettier than a woman's. Chumu guessed that his strength was related to his hands. The aura of the peak of the 9th heavenly layer wasn't inferior to Manjan's. He was also a monstrous genius. Suddenly, with a flash of light, Jitsai also came in front of Chumu. She was so close to Chumu that Chumu could smell the faint fragrance on her body. Jitsai's beautiful eyes were full of interest as she sized up Chumu. Deep in her beautiful eyes, there was a kind of teasing. "Young master, can you have a child with Tsai?" Ji Tsai's first sentence shocked countless people. Even Chu Mu was shocked. The first time they met, she said she wanted to have a child. Moreover, it was a girl. What kind of realm was this? Many people heard the sound of their hearts breaking. Although it was their first time seeing Ji Tsai, they regarded her as a goddess in their hearts. Hearing their goddess say such valiant words with their own ears, they felt their hearts break and their whole body become unwell. Xiaoza had a wry smile on his face. Chapter 1486. After a while, Chumu finally understood Ji Tsai's temperament. She was a stunning and charming woman, but she had the unruliness of a man. She spoke and did things according to her own preferences, and almost didn't care about other people's opinions. Firstly, it had something to do with her personality. Secondly, it had something to do with the cultivation method she practiced. The cultivation of some cultivation techniques would affect a person's character. After understanding, Chumu didn't take Ji Tsai's words seriously. It was just a joke that belonged to people like Ji Tsai. However, Chumu understood it, but it didn't mean others did. Therefore, many people were still sad. "Chumu, I like to fight and drink. Since we've already fought, shouldn't we have a drinking contest?" Manjan said, "Let's go." Chumu only said one word and led Xiao Zhe, Manjan, and Ji Tsai towards the Sound Bamboo Forest. Outside the Sound Bamboo Forest, Chumu stopped and frowned slightly. He could sense that there was someone else in the Sound Bamboo Forest. This was his cave residence. It was a kind of contempt to enter without his permission. After Chumu, Xiao Zhe and the other two also felt that there was someone in the Sound Bamboo Forest. They were very familiar with the aura. It was Ao Jinheng who had come with them. Seeing Chumu frown slightly, the three of them looked at each other and felt that something was wrong. Since they were familiar with each other, they naturally had some understanding of Ao Jinheng. He was a man of few words, but the most arrogant and unsociable of the four. He had his eyes on the top of his head and often didn't put others in his eyes. Therefore, he acted without any scruples. The three of them didn't have much of a friendship with Ao Jinheng. After the four of them separated, they didn't care where he went. They didn't expect him to be so unscrupulous as to come to the Sound Bamboo Forest. This was Chu Mu's cave residence, and the Sound Bamboo Forest was also sealed by Chu Mu. Now, Ao Jinheng was in the Sound Bamboo Forest, which meant that he had broken the seal. This kind of action was a kind of provocation, a kind of contempt. Under normal circumstances, no one would accept it. "Brother Chu, this person is the disciple of Broken Heaven Palace's palace master, Ao Jinheng," Xiaoza explained, hoping to resolve this matter. "Brother Xiao, this has nothing to do with you," Chumu replied indifferently. If the Bamboo Melody Pavilion did not have a seal, it would be reasonable for someone to enter. However, the Bamboo Melody Pavilion was personally set up by Chu Mu, so it was not very strong. It only served one purpose, which was to let people know that there was an owner here, and they could not enter as they pleased. Now that someone was in the Bamboo Toon Tower and the seal had been broken, it was clear what was going on. "Get out here!" Chu Mu's voice carried a trace of anger and a trace of sharpness, as sharp as a sword. In an instant, it pierced through countless bamboo and exploded into the Bamboo Toon Tower, exploding in that person's ears. Ao Jinheng, who seemed to be sleeping, suddenly opened his eyes. An incomparably sharp light shot out, and a terrifying sword intent erupted from his seemingly weak body. With a creaking sound, the entire Bamboo Toon Tower was torn apart by that terrifying sword intent, falling to the ground. Xiaoza and the other two quickly retreated. Since Chu Mu could contend against Manjan, then it would not be difficult for him to contend against Ao Jinheng. Ao Jinheng turned into a stream of light, and his sword drew an arc in the air like a crescent moon. The light was as cold as ice, and in an instant it swept across thousands of meters, aiming to kill Chu Mu. Not only did Ao Jinheng enter uninvited, he also destroyed the bamboo Tune Tower and even drew his sword to attack Chu Mu. Every action of Ao Jinheng's showed that he did not put Chu Mu in his eyes. It was a kind of contempt, and this thoroughly angered Chu Mu. Die. Chu Mu's eyes turned cold and merciless. Silver light filled the air as he unsheathed the heaven-beheading sword, and an eternal sword intent erupted. A top high god rank eternal sword intent was much more terrifying than the average top high god rank sword intent. This kind of eternal and everlasting aura made Manjan, Xiaoza, and Xiaoza's expression turned solemn. Under the terrifying eternal sword intent, the space around Chu Mu seemed to have frozen. Even the smallest speck of dust froze in the air, unable to move. What a terrifying sword intent! He actually held back in the battle with me. Manjan said in disbelief. The tyrannical power of this sword intent shocked all of them. In the previous battle, Chu Mu did not use such a powerful sword intent. Anger could increase a person's strength, but it could also make them lose their rationality. At this time, Chu Mu was angry, but he did not lose his rationality. The rage in his heart soared, turning into waves of tyrannical energy, but his mind was as calm as a glacier. Under this kind of calmness, he could easily grasp everything around him, even the movement of a speck of dust, easily controlling the surging power in his body due to anger. The heaven-beheading sword turned into a terrifying light beam, tearing apart the space in front of him. In the next second, the sword intent changed from a slash to a stab. Wind and lightning stirred, and the momentum was shocking. Sky Strike sword style. At the end of the day, the self-created cloud-piercing sword style was only half a move, an incomplete sword skill. It needed some time to accumulate momentum, and its full power could not be fully displayed. The eternal sword intent had a high degree of control over all forces, and the true intent of the sword stab increased the power of the sword. 8th grade sword force increased the power of the sword by 9 times. This sword strike was extremely terrifying. Ao Jinheng's sword intent erupted, condensing. The heaven-beheading sword intent controlled all forces, piercing the sky with one sword strike, merciless. The two swords collided, and a terrifying power exploded out, spreading out in all directions. Streaks of visible and invisible sword chi rampaged in all directions, and with a sizzling sound, the space was constantly being sliced. Countless cracks appeared on the ground, and the sound bamboos within a radius of a few thousand meters were sliced by the terrifying sword chi. They were broken, shattered, and then turned into dust and dispersed. Ao Jinheng closed in on Chu Mu, and Chu Mu also closed in on Ao Jinheng. The sword strike just now was equally matched. Ao Jinheng, who came from the Broken Heaven Palace, was a monstrous sword cultivator, as if he was born for the sword Tao. He was at the peak of the 9th sky of Nirvana layer, but he had mastered the 6th grade sword force, which was a level that many sword saints had not yet reached. The 6th grade sword force increased the power of the sword by 7 times, very impressive. Cultivating the supreme sword technique of the Broken Heaven Palace, Ao Jinheng's talent was maximized. His strength was extremely strong, and his fighting talent was amazing, especially in close combat. Xiaoza and the other two retreated far away, fearing that they would be affected by the battle between the two. They were very clear about Ao Jinheng's strength, so they had fought more than once. As for Chu Mu's strength, they had only seen once, so they were not so clear. Perhaps, under anger, he would show his true side. The two sides closed in, and a fierce battle unfolded. The ground was broken, and dozens of scars, hundreds of meters long, crisscrossed. The two were surrounded by countless fierce sword light, which was very terrifying. The sound bamboo forest suffered great damage. Under the sword Qi, every sound bamboo that was still intact seemed to be crying out. From the beginning until now, Ao Jinheng had not spoken a word. His sword was incomparably sharp, and his killing intent was astonishing. Every sword strike had the goal of killing Chu-mu, which was different from a barbarian battle. Yes, at this time, Ao Jinheng's heart was filled with killing intent towards Chu-mu. He was a monstrous sword cultivator, someone who was destined to reach the peak of the way of the sword since he was born. He grew up under countless praises, and his talent was unparalleled and extraordinary. Until now, he had not met anyone who could compare with him in the way of the sword, let alone surpass him. Barbarian John was also a sword cultivator and also a monstrous genius, but he was different from Ao Jinheng. His monstrous talent was in body transformation, and in the sword Dao he was inferior to Ao Jinheng. At this time, Chu-mu's talent in the sword Dao was no weaker than Ao Jinheng's. No, in terms of sword strength, he had already surpassed Ao Jinheng. Ao Jinheng would not allow such a person who surpassed him in the sword Dao to live. His killing intent was like ice as cold as hell. His sword was merciless, and every sword strike could be called fatal. Directly feeling Ao Jinheng's killing intent, Chu-mu's anger calmed down, but his strength did not disappear. Instead, it became even more condensed. If someone wants to kill me, I will kill them, no matter what the reason was. Since the other party wanted to kill him, Chu-mu would absolutely not show mercy. The exquisiteness of his sword skills were fully displayed, constantly colliding with Ao Jinheng. Terrifying sword light rippled through the void, dazzling everyone. Xiaoza and the other two watched on with dignified eyes. The battle that erupted here caused sword intent to soar into the heavens. Sword chi was incomparably sharp, and as it spread out, it could be clearly felt from tens of thousands of meters away. Immediately, many people rushed over. They discovered that Chu-mu was fighting with someone they didn't know, and the three monstrous geniuses were several thousand meters away. Soon, some people recognized the identity of the person fighting with Chu-mu. It was the monstrous genius of Shattered Heaven Palace, Ao Jinheng, with the title of Scar of Heaven. Scar of Heaven. It meant that his attacks were extremely terrifying, able to leave behind scars in the sky. Ao Jinheng was also very satisfied with this title, but now he discovered that the other party was more suitable for this title than him. This caused his killing intent to soar even higher. Ao Jinheng knows Chu-mu? Does he have a grudge with Chu-mu? Xiaoza whispered, I'm sure that he doesn't know Chu-mu. The reason he's acting like this is because he's jealous of Chu-mu's talent in the sword Dao. Man Zhan said with a disdainful tone, I'm very clear about this kind of person's thoughts. Xiaoza was silent, and Ji Tsai was also silent. Man Zhan was right. Ao Jinheng was indeed such a person. He was very arrogant and not open-minded enough. Although they said this, they didn't have any intentions of stopping him, because they felt that Chu-mu could contend against him. Moreover, if they were in his shoes, would they be willing to let someone else interfere in their fight? The answer was no. Geniuses had their pride, and monstrous geniuses were even more so. This battle was Chu-mu's battle. It was Ao Jinheng's battle. It didn't matter what the reason was. Ao Jinheng only had one goal, and that was to kill Chu-mu. For this, even if the minor genius world and Shattered Heaven Palace had to shed all pretense of cordiality, he wouldn't hesitate. In fact, the minor genius world wouldn't shed all pretense of cordiality with Shattered Heaven Palace because the four heaven sects were on the same side, at least on the surface. Chapter 1487. Brotherly, this Ao Jinheng is worthy of being called the Shattered Heaven Palace's #1 Sword Dao Monstrous Genius. His reputation as Scar of the Heavens is well deserved. When this child grows up, your Shattered Heaven Palace will have another peerless master. In the distance, a mid-level saint said to another mid-level saint, Haha, young Palace Master Ao is indeed the pride of our Shattered Heaven Palace. The mid-level saint, surnamed Li, laughed. The genius small world contained many geniuses. The outer disciples had different identities in the outside world. For example, this Li man's identity in the outside world was an elder of Shattered Heaven Palace. At this time, watching Ao Jinheng repeatedly kill, he had no intention of stopping him. Even if Chu Mu was really killed by Ao Jinheng, although the upper echelons of the genius small world would be angry, they would not become enemies with Shattered Heaven Palace. A dead genius was not a genius. The sword in Ao Jinheng's hand slashed out one after another from different angles. Each slash was extremely fast, as if riding the wind. 18 styles of flying heavens. This was one of Shattered Heaven Palace's powerful close combat sword techniques. Ao Jinheng had mastered 3 of its essence. 18 slashes in a flash. 18 slashes in a flash. Each slash was fatal. If it were other people, they would definitely die under Ao Jinheng's sword, but Chu Mu would not. 18 slashes were completely blocked by Chu Mu before he counterattacked. Ao Jinheng displayed another sword technique, the 7 styles of Shattering Heaven. Its power was even more tyrannical than the 18 styles of Flying Heavens. Chu Mu also displayed a sword technique to resist. In the blink of an eye, Ao Jinheng displayed more than a dozen sword techniques. Some were Shattered Heaven Palace's inheritance, sword techniques. Some were sword techniques he obtained from his adventures in the outside world. No matter which one it was, they were all very powerful. Moreover, Ao Jinheng had grasped the essence of each sword technique. Different sword techniques, each one was very tyrannical. Ao Jinheng had completely grasped the essence of each sword technique, mesmerizing everyone watching. However, it was completely useless against Chu Mu. Chu Mu did not display many sword techniques, only a few, but with these few sword techniques he was able to resist Ao Jinheng's different sword techniques and counterattack. From this point of view, Chu Mu was more brilliant. A battle between sword cultivators was extremely dangerous, especially in close combat. Every sword strike could take a life, and one could be killed if they were not careful. The intense battle between Chu Mu and Ao Jinheng made everyone exclaim in delight, but at the same time they all felt their scalps go numb. They felt as if they were in the middle of the battle and were being sliced by sword chi, causing pain all over their bodies. After using a dozen different sword techniques, none of them could do anything to Chu Mu. Ao Jinheng's heart was gloomy, and his killing intent was even stronger. Such a person definitely couldn't be allowed to live, or else he would be a threat to himself. Moreover, the opponent could feel his killing intent. Since they were already enemies, he couldn't hold back. Ao Jinheng's cultivation was 1 greater celestial layer and 3 lesser celestial layers higher than Chu Mu. His cultivation technique could also be considered divine grade. The power of his sword chi was not much weaker than Chu Mu's. His sword techniques were powerful, and his sword intent was shocking. He could be considered an extremely strong opponent. Ao Jinheng continuously displayed more than a dozen sword techniques, but they were all blocked by Chu Mu. At the same time, Chu Mu secretly memorized them. When he had time, he would comprehend and analyze them to increase his accumulation of sword techniques. Ao Jinheng's killing intent grew stronger, and Chu Mu could feel it even more clearly. He increased his strength and forced Ao Jinheng back with a sword strike. The sword light condensed and silently stabbed out with incomparable speed. Ao Jinheng only felt his hair stand on end, and his expression changed greatly. He hurriedly retreated and brandished his sword light. The chaotic sword light condensed in front of him, and it was impenetrable. A slight sound rang out beside his ear, but it made Ao Jinheng panic. He only felt a trace of coldness sweep past his ear, taking away a few strands of his hair. Just a little bit more and he would have been hit. According to the speed and sharpness of that sword, if he had been hit, he would have died on the spot. Ao Jinheng immediately understood. He had a killing intent towards his opponent, and his opponent probably wanted to kill him as well. Heaven-breaking sword secret. Sword chi returned to origin. Ao Jinheng did not hesitate. He stretched out his left hand, and his fingers formed a sword. He quickly tapped his chest 7 times, and each tap landed on a different spot. When the 7th strike landed, a terrifying power erupted from Ao Jinheng's body. That power turned into a suction force, and as rumbling sounds echoed in the air, it absorbed the Yuan Qi from the world in an extremely domineering manner, as if it was plundering it, and refined it into sword origin. Usually, when cultivators cultivated, the method of absorbing heaven and earth origin energy was to swallow and spit it out. Absorbing a part of it would naturally give back a part of it, forming a virtuous cycle that would not cause the heaven and earth origin energy to dry up. But the secret technique Ao Jinheng was using right now was an extremely tyrannical secret technique recorded in the Heaven-Breaking Sword Manual of the Heaven-Breaking Sword Palace. It plundered heaven and earth origin energy, and in an instant, it strengthened his sword qi and increased his strength. In just a short 3 breaths of time, an endless amount of heaven and earth origin energy was swallowed. Ao Jinheng's body seemed to have turned into a black hole, swallowing everything. The terrifying sword qi scattered all around him was also torn apart. This guy's sword qi unity secret technique has also been cultivated to the 2nd layer. Man John's eyes shone brightly, and he was somewhat excited. The Heaven-Breaking Sword Manual's Sword Qi Unity secret technique had a total of 3 layers. Shattering Heaven Palace, Heaven Suppressing Sect, Heaven Splitting Hall, and Heaven Combining Sect all had 3 layers. The 2nd layer could increase one's strength by 10 times, and the 3rd layer could increase one's strength by 100 times. The 1st layer was easy to cultivate, and the 2nd layer could be cultivated with some time and treasures. However, the 3rd layer was very difficult to cultivate. At least for now, it was an extravagant hope. However, the 2nd layer could increase one's strength by 10 times. With their current strength, another 10 times would be extremely terrifying. Immediately, Manjan and the other 2 stared at Chumu. From the battle just now, Chumu's strength should be slightly higher than Ao Jinheng's, but he was unable to suppress Ao Jinheng. If he didn't have any tricks up his sleeve, facing Ao Jinheng, who used Sword Qi Unity secret technique, would be very dangerous. A thought flashed through their minds. From the battle with Manjan until now, even when he attacked in anger, Chumu didn't lose his mind. The strength he displayed was only slightly higher than Ao Jinheng. Ao Jinheng, who didn't use any secret technique, was probably between an ordinary 1-star saint and 2-star saint. It wouldn't be difficult for Chumu to kill him. However, there were many people watching, and he didn't want to expose his full strength. The strength and talent he revealed now was enough to make him the center of attention. After accumulating, his reputation would reach an extremely high level. It was necessary to preserve a little bit of his strength. A monstrous genius who could fight and kill a 1-star saint and a monstrous genius who could kill a 2-star saint were 2 different levels. Of course, if someone investigated, they would know that Chumu came from the Kanglan Empire and so on. They would also know what happened back then. When they heard that Chumu killed a 2-star saint, they wouldn't be so direct. Because they didn't see it with their own eyes, they would have doubts. They would think that Chumu used a secret technique, or that the Kanglan Empire saint experts weren't strong enough and couldn't be compared to the ancient Heaven Domain's saint experts. Since he wanted to preserve his strength and kill Ao Jinheng, Chumu only had one method, and that was to use a secret technique. With a thought, the secret technique was used. Divine Wilderness Unity secret technique. The Divine Wilderness Unity secret technique was a secret technique that came with the Divine Wilderness sword art. If successfully used, it could increase one's strength by 10 times, just like Sword Qi Unity secret technique. Chumu stood in the void. A circle of yellowish-brown ripples spread out from his feet. In the blink of an eye, it covered tens of thousands of meters of the void. Wherever the ripples passed, strands of energy were stripped away and turned into reverse ripples. They rapidly contracted and entered Chumu's feet. The 2 ripples that went in opposite directions gave people a dazzling feeling. What kind of secret technique is this? It gives off an ancient feeling. This kid must have some ancient inheritance on him. Sword Qi Unity's secret technique tyrannically plundered the Yuan Qi of heaven and earth, turning into a black hole vortex that swallowed everything. On the other hand, Divine Wilderness Unity's secret technique didn't seem that tyrannical, nor was it that shocking. However, if one looked carefully, they would discover that the two ripples of Divine Wilderness Unity's secret technique weren't affected by Sword Qi Unity secret technique at all. The two sides were only a few hundred meters apart. Chu Mu's Divine Wilderness Unity secret technique naturally swept past where Ao Jinheng was. Sword Qi Unity's secret technique wasn't affected, nor was Divine Wilderness Unity's secret technique. However, the Yuan Qi of heaven and earth was being fought over by the two secret techniques. The Yuan Qi of heaven and earth was forcibly divided into two halves. One half was absorbed by Sword Qi Unity's secret technique, increasing Ao Jinheng's strength. The other half was absorbed by Chu Mu, causing Chu Mu's aura to constantly rise. The previous showdown of sword techniques had turned into a showdown of secret techniques. Sword Qi Unity secret technique of the Heaven Sundering Sword Manual. Divine Wilderness secret technique of the Divine Wilderness secret technique. More than half of the sound bamboo forest below had been destroyed due to the battle between the two. The remaining half, under the plundering of the Yuan Qi of heaven and earth by these two mystic arts, rapidly lost its green color and became dry and yellow. Wrinkles and cracks appeared on it, and then it became brittle and grayish white. Cracks appeared on it, like a spider web densely covering it. This was a sign that it had lost its vitality. The two secret techniques were too tyrannical. As they clashed, their tyrannical index rose sharply, devouring the vitality of all things. This scene immediately caused the faces of the spectators in the distance to change greatly. They hurriedly retreated even further. Man Zhan, Xiaoza, and Jitsai had already retreated tens of thousands of meters away. This was because when the ripples of the Divine Wilderness secret technique swept past them, they felt their strength becoming restless, as if it was showing signs of going out of control. With their strength, they could naturally resist, but now they were only watching others fight. There was no need to consume their strength to resist the aftermath of the secret techniques. The mighty momentum spread hundreds of thousands of meters away. The terrifying Yuan Qi of heaven and earth overflowed, and there seemed to be a shadow in the sky. The fluctuations became more and more intense. After reaching the peak, they suddenly turned and quickly calmed down. This meant that whether it was Ao Jinheng's Sword Qi Unity secret technique or Chu Mu's Divine Wilderness secret technique, they had both been successfully used. Under the Sword Qi Unity secret technique, Ao Jinheng's body was surrounded by a white air current. It was extremely fierce and astonishing. Chu Mu's body didn't have any strange phenomenon, but his aura had soared. Chapter 1488. With the Sword Qi Unity secret technique, Ao Jinheng's aura had surpassed the Nirvana realm and reached the Eternal realm. Chu Mu's aura was between the Nirvana realm and Eternal realm. Not as strong as Ao Jinheng, but no one dared to underestimate him. No one thought that Chu Mu's strength was inferior to Ao Jinheng's. The previous battle had already explained everything. You also have such a secret technique. Ao Jinheng's face was gloomy. He thought that with his own strength he could kill the other party, but unexpectedly the other party's strength was unexpectedly strong, even stronger than him. In desperation, he could only use the Sword Qi Unity secret technique to increase his strength by 10 times in order to kill the other party. Unexpectedly, the other party had also mastered a secret technique. It was not surprising that the other party had mastered a secret technique, but unexpectedly the other party's secret technique was not inferior to his own, 10 times stronger. The advantage was gone. Putting aside his temperament, Ao Jinheng could be said to be the most outstanding sword cultivator Chu Mu had ever met. Even sword maniac Ling Fengxiao could not compare with him in terms of talent in the sword Dao. He himself had unparalleled talent in the sword Dao, was a monstrous sword cultivator, and came from the Shattered Heaven Palace, one of the 4 heavenly gates. His background was unimaginable. Chu Mu and Ao Jinheng were different. Ao Jinheng was very arrogant, and his arrogance originated from his unparalleled talent in the sword Dao. He despised those who were inferior to him and envied those who surpassed him, harboring killing intent. For example, Chu Mu's talent in the sword Dao was not inferior to his, and even surpassed his. He wanted to kill Chu Mu, and the two had only met for the first time. Chu Mu was different. He wouldn't look down on people whose strength and talent were inferior to his, nor would he be envious of people whose strength and talent surpassed his. From beginning to end, Chu Mu had only walked on the path of the sword. He only had a desire to constantly challenge, to go higher and stronger. No matter how strong you are, there will be a day when I surpass you. This was Chu Mu's belief. He would not be jealous of the other party's victory over him, nor would he be filled with killing intent. However, he would not be merciful to those who wanted to kill him. There were 2 reasons why he hadn't killed Ao Jinheng so quickly. Firstly, he didn't want to expose his full strength. Secondly, he wanted to suppress Ao Jinheng and force him to use more techniques. The more techniques Ao Jinheng used, the greater Chu Mu's gains would be. The more he accumulated, the more helpful it would be for his future path of the sword. To put it bluntly, Ao Jinheng treated Chu Mu as a threat that had to be eliminated. On the contrary, Chu Mu only treated Ao Jinheng as a trial, a sharpening stone, a testing stone, a stepping stone, and nothing more. If Ao Jinheng knew about this, he would probably vomit blood from anger. Think about it. You regard a person as very important, whether good or bad, very important, but the other party doesn't take you seriously. How does that feel? Don't think that I can't do anything to you. Ao Jinheng continued as a ruthless glint flashed in his eyes. Shortly after, the returning origin, sword chi around him sped up and fluctuated. Ao Jinheng's hands also moved rapidly, forming hand seals one after another. Under the fluctuation of yuan chi, Ao Jinheng's figure swayed rapidly and became blurry. Could it be that he has mastered that move? Ji Cai's face suddenly changed. This guy actually mastered that move silently. If it wasn't for Chu Mu, I wouldn't have known. Man Zhan said in a low voice, the battle intent in his eyes soaring to the sky. According to their words, the move that Ao Jinheng had mastered was obviously very powerful. I think that he originally planned to hide it first and use it as a trump card when the Eternal Sacred City appears. Xiaozi said indifferently, however, looking at the current situation, he should have just mastered it. He must use the Sword Chi Restoration secret art to use this move. Otherwise, he won't have enough strength. One had to admit that Xiaozi's eyes were very sharp. Sword Chi Doppelganger. With a low shout, Ao Jinheng, who was swaying at a high frequency, made a swoosh sound, as if he was split into 2 by a sword. The 2 identical Ao Jinheng's aura was equally powerful, with streams of chi revolving around them. That was the power of the Sword Chi Restoration secret art. Compared to the original Ao Jinheng, the aura of the 2 Ao Jinhengs was not the slightest bit weaker. This secret art was indeed amazing. Sword Chi Doppelganger. It was also the first time that Chu Mu had seen such a secret art. It was very novel. The 2 Ao Jinheng's expressions were equally cold. They each held a sword, one on the left and one on the right. A terrifying killing intent was released, locking onto Chu Mu. Chu Mu felt that these 2 Ao Jinhengs were real. One Ao Jinheng was very strong, but 2 Ao Jinhengs were even stronger. That kind of power was not as simple as 1 + 1. Kill! With a shout, the 2 Ao Jinhengs attacked Chu Mu. Chu Mu discovered that the speed and trajectory of the two Ao Zenheng's attacks were the same. In other words, the two Ao Zenhengs were using the same sword art, but one was attacking from the left and the other from the right. Chu Mu retreated. With a wave of his hand, the sword light split into countless numbers, slashing towards the two Ao Zenhengs. 1 against 2. Chu Mu was surrounded by the two Ao Zenhengs. They attacked from the left and right, front and back, up and down. The two Ao Zenhengs cooperated very well without any openings. After a few exchanges, Chu Mu immediately understood that Ao Zenheng's sword Qi doppelganger was actually controlled by only one person, causing the sword art they used to be exactly the same. In this way, they lacked flexibility. However, the two of them were controlled by the same mind, so their coordination was even better. The power was also very terrifying. The sky-beheading sword slashed out, repelling the Ao Zenheng on the right. With a wave of his left hand, the imperishable sword appeared in his hand. The sword light streaked across the sky, attacking the Ao Zenhengs on the left and right. With two swords in hand, it gave people a fright. Dual sword style. He actually knows how to use two swords. Manjan was shocked, but soon became even more excited. This guy really didn't use his full strength when fighting me. Xiaoza was also surprised. Ji Tsai's eyes were full of splendor as she laughed softly. I can't help but want to make a move on him. Xiaoza and Manjan pretended not to hear, but they both knew that if Ji Tsai was really interested in Chu Mu, then Chu Mu would have a headache. With two swords in hand, Chu Mu easily blocked Ao Zenheng's joint attack and counterattacked, forcing Ao Zenhengs to continuously exert their strength. Ao Zenheng's face became even more unsightly. Chu Mu had once again exceeded his expectations. These two people, one was the real Ao Zenheng, and the other was the sword Qi doppelganger. Ao Zenheng's expression changed, allowing Chu Mu to distinguish the real from the fake in an instant. The one on the right was the real Ao Zenheng, while the one on the left was the sword Qi doppelganger. Although their expressions were the same, the sword Qi doppelganger's expression was somewhat stiff. If not for his observation power, it would have been hard to notice. Blocking, the two swords consecutively struck out. Under the eruption of power, the sword Qi doppelganger was repelled. Chu Mu rushed toward Ao Zenheng's real body. The two swords danced, and the sky-beheading sword pierced out in an instant. The sound of wind and thunder surged, and the momentum was shocking. One side of the sky was about to be pierced through by the sword. Sky strike sword style. Under the terrifying impact of the sword style, Ao Zenheng's face changed greatly. He immediately displayed a tyrannical sword art, forming a watertight defense. The imperishable sword struck out, silent and extremely fast. Silent sword style. The imperishable sword light pierced through Ao Zenheng's watertight defense, piercing towards his forehead. In an instant, Ao Zenheng only felt his forehead swelling and a piercing pain. Waves of cold numbness spread out from his brain. In a hurry, Ao Zenheng's sword was placed horizontally in front of his forehead, blocking the silent sword style. A terrifying power erupted, and Ao Zenheng's sword almost flew out of his hand. His entire body retreated in the void, and the web between his thumb and forefinger was torn. At the same time, the sword Qi doppelganger's sword slashed out. The heaven and earth trembled, and the sword light was vast and mighty, as if it could shatter the heavens. Die. With a roar, Ao Zenheng spun around, and the sky-beheading sword pierced out. A speck of starlight condensed at the tip of the sword, and a terrifying pressure was contained within. The space under the sword was frozen solid. In an instant, the crowd seemed to see the phantom of a star appear, emitting a terrifying pressure that made people feel even more stifled. The two swords collided, and the star phantom shattered in an instant, and a terrifying power erupted. With an earth-shaking rumble, Ao Jinheng's sword Qi doppelganger was repelled, flying several thousand meters away. Under the terrifying power, the sword Qi doppelganger's left arm and right leg were blown away. If it was a normal person, they would have been seriously injured. But the sword Qi doppelganger was not a human, and it did not bleed. Even so, losing an arm and a leg still affected its balance. The returning origin, sword Qi twining around its body, accelerated, and the world's Yuan Qi was constantly absorbed. The sword Qi doppelganger's broken arm and leg reformed. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Chu Mu's two swords shook, and like a great pung soaring through the sky, he appeared in front of Ao Jinheng in the blink of an eye. The two swords crossed, and the sword light seemed to be branded in the void, difficult to erase. Ao Jinheng felt a deadly murderous intent, and that kind of coldness caused goosebumps to rise all over his body. But in any case, he was still a monstrous sword cultivator of Shattered Heaven Palace, the last disciple of the palace master. In a situation where Chu Mu did not erupt with his full strength, he would not be killed so easily. With a thought, Ao Jinheng immediately activated his protective artifact. The intersecting cross-shaped sword light shone with silver light and was incomparably sharp. It directly slashed onto Ao Jinheng's body. In an instant, Ao Jinheng's body flashed with a layer of fine light. The light flashed by and blocked Chu Mu's cross-shaped sword light. Under the powerful impact, his entire body was pushed back. Readjusting himself, Ao Jinheng's figure flickered, and dozens of afterimages appeared one after another, making it difficult to distinguish between the real and the fake. At the same time, the sword Qi doppelganger also recovered and rushed towards Chu Mu. Compared to the real Ao Jinheng, the sword Qi doppelganger had a special characteristic, and that was that it was not afraid of being injured. It could fight to its heart's content, and even if it was killed, it would not affect the real Ao Jinheng. Turning around, the two swords struck out, repelling the sword Qi doppelganger. Chu Mu once again slashed out, and a terrifying sword light raged, destroying dozens of afterimages. Chapter 1489. Under the dual swords, Chu Mu completely suppressed Ao Jinheng. Even if Ao Jinheng used his sword Qi doppelganger, he couldn't do anything to Chu Mu. Instead, he was repeatedly pushed back, injured and suppressed by Chu Mu. The dual swords were like rolling thunder, powerful and shocking. Once again, they pushed back the sword Qi doppelganger. This time, the sword Qi doppelganger's arm shattered, turning into Yuan Qi and dissipating. Chu Mu took the opportunity to pursue. In an instant, the heaven-beheading sword slashed out 13 times. The 13 styles of Philion, each strike was fatal. 13 wounds immediately appeared on the sword Qi doppelganger's body. Each wound would cause a portion of the sword Qi doppelganger's Yuan Qi to dissipate. Before he could replenish his energy, the imperishable sword slashed out. Like a crescent moon, it pierced through the void, cutting through all obstacles. Crescent moon slash. This was a sword technique recorded on the mid-grade sword steel in the forest of 10,000 sword steel. With one slash, the sword Qi doppelganger that was about to recover was split into two. As a result, the sword Qi doppelganger's Yuan Qi doppelganger had dissipated and couldn't be replenished in time. Without holding back, Chu Mu completely suppressed the sword Aura doppelganger. His two swords crossed, and he used different sword techniques. The power was astonishing, and the sword Aura doppelganger that was split into two halves was cut into pieces. With a bang, the sword Qi doppelganger exploded under Chu Mu's fierce attack. Yuan Qi rushed out like a storm. Ao Jinheng's face was as gloomy as the dark clouds in the sky. In the blink of an eye, his sword Qi doppelganger was destroyed by the opponent. Although it could be reformed, it needed time. After destroying the sword Qi doppelganger, Chu Mu turned around and threw out a sharp sword light towards Ao Jinheng. Without the sword Qi doppelganger's restraint, Ao Jinheng paled in comparison to Chu Mu's dual swords. Blocking and dodging, Ao Jinheng's heart was almost dripping blood. The defensive artifact on his body was like a tortoise's shell, allowing Chu Mu to attack it without breaking through. Ao Jinheng's face was not so thick. Under the gazes of so many people, he was unable to resist and could only rely on his artifact to protect himself. This kind of humiliation was deeply ingrained in his heart. The two swords continued to attack. The speed of the swords seemed to be getting faster and faster. Every sword hit the same spot. Chu Mu swore to break the defense. Dripping water could penetrate a stone. No matter how hard a defense was, it would eventually be broken. Ao Jinheng's counterattack seemed extremely weak. Swinging his two swords, Chu Mu got into a fighting stance and thrust out his sword. The sword was like a stream of light, piercing through the clouds and breaking the moon. It carried an unparalleled sharpness as it streaked across the sky. A light sound rang out, and Ao Jinheng's expression changed. A small hole had appeared in his invisible barrier. When the second sword arrived, the small hole expanded and the crack spread. In the distance, the people of Shattered Heaven Palace frowned. Shwa shwa shwa. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen swords struck the same spot. Ao Jinheng was completely exposed to Chu Mu's sword. Silent sword style. The sword light was a line, silent and incomparably fast. Before Ao Jinheng could react, the sword had already approached the space between his eyebrows. Stop! The Shattered Heaven Palace's saint-level powerhouse in the distance finally reacted. His complexion changed and his face turned pale. With a loud roar, he drew his sword. The sword light condensed into a crescent moon, tearing through the sky. With an indescribable speed, it attacked Chu Mu. But no matter how fast it was still 10,000 meters away. Distant water could not put out a nearby fire. The condensed sword light silently pierced Ao Jinheng's forehead. Not good. Xiaoza and the other two's complexions also changed. Whether Ao Jinheng lived or died, they did not care. Although this person was one of the ancient heavenly domain's 4 great, young, monstrous geniuses like them, they were not on good terms with him. However, if Chu Mu killed Ao Jinheng, there would be severe consequences because Ao Jinheng was the last disciple of Shattered Heaven Palace's palace master. He was a genius that Shattered Heaven Palace had spent countless resources to nurture and had high hopes placed on him. If Ao Jinheng died, the entire Shattered Heaven Palace would be enraged. The genius small world would not be spared. A great war was inevitable. At that time, the ancient heavenly domain might be plunged into chaos. They understood this point, but it was already too late to stop it. Each of their complexions turned pale, thinking that they should immediately send the news back to their sects and make preparations as soon as possible to deal with the upcoming chaos. Unable to dodge, Ao Jinheng's complexion turned ashen, his eyes filled with fear. The space between his eyebrows was pierced by the heaven-beheading sword. In an instant, the sword would pierce his forehead, penetrate his brain, and mince his soul. A sudden change occurred. A terrifying aura was released from Ao Jinheng's body in an instant, covering the sky and freezing the void. That aura was vast and boundless, like the universe, overbearing and aloof. It had a kind of terrifying feeling that it could easily pierce the vault of heaven and shatter the void. Tens of thousands of meters of space was completely frozen under that terrifying aura. Everyone in the range shuddered, their souls trembling. An indescribable pressure descended, making them feel as if they were ants. The gap was too great. The Shattered Heaven Palaces, mid-level Saint Realm powerhouses, Crescent Moon, Sword Light, was also frozen in the void, unable to move. Chu Mu's sword fell between Ao Jinheng's eyebrows, unable to advance any further. That terrifying aura spread out from Ao Jinheng's body, covering tens of thousands of meters of heaven and earth. Chu Mu bore the brunt, the main target. His soul felt like it was about to shatter, and his body also felt like it was about to shatter. Bursts of pain emerged from the innermost part of his body. His heart felt like it was about to burst. Bursts of pain. His blood vessels almost shattered, and his bones issued creaking sounds. Chu-Mu only felt that his body was about to shatter, about to be crushed into meat paste. Terrifying, it was really too terrifying. This was an outcome that no one had expected. Originally, Chu-Mu's sword should have killed Ao Jinheng, but now it was blocked. Ao Jinheng still had other trump cards, and it was very likely that they were left behind by the shattered Heaven Palace's palace master. That's right, this was indeed a trump card left behind by the shattered Heaven Palace's palace master. It was a kind of protection. After all, he was the shattered Heaven Palace's palace master's last disciple. He was heavily nurtured and had high hopes placed on him. How could the shattered Heaven Palace master not have perfect protection measures? Ao Zhenheng's body contained the will of the shattered Heaven Palace master. One had to know that the shattered Heaven Palace master was a peerless powerhouse that surpassed the 9-star Saint Realm. His will was so terrifying that even if Chu-Mu's strength was 10,000 times stronger, he still wouldn't be his opponent. Everyone present added together wasn't a match for the shattered Heaven Palace master's will. Ha 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 ha, you're dead. Ao Jinheng howled with laughter. He originally thought that he was dead for sure, but he didn't expect that such an unforeseen event would occur. It seemed that although his master didn't give him any special trump cards, he had done something to his body that could save him at a critical moment and even turn defeat into victory. Xiaoza and the others also understood, and their complexions became ugly, because now the one who was going to die was Chu-Mu. Chu-Mu! This person, although they had only just come into contact with him, they felt that he was very good and could be friends with him. They didn't expect that before they could deepen their relationship, this person would become history. Although they felt that it was a pity, the three of them didn't have the slightest idea. Because under that terrifying will, they couldn't move at all, and even their thoughts became slow. They felt that within their bodies, there was probably some sort of protection left behind by their masters, such as a will. However, it was not under their control, and would only erupt on its own at the critical moment of life and death, just like Ao Jinheng. Ao Jinheng howled with laughter, his eyes revealing an ominous glint, and his killing intent blazed. However, there was no need for him to do anything. The will left behind by his master was enough to crush the opponent's soul. He wanted to personally see this bastard being destroyed under his will. Just by imagining the process, he knew that it would be more painful and torturous than killing the opponent with a single sword strike. Only by doing so could he vent the hatred in his heart. The will attacked Chu-Mu's soul, and the sword images in his mind trembled. Sword light flickered, and under the impact of the will, they almost collapsed. The broken heavenly Tao, sword in the middle, also trembled. At this moment, an indescribable pressure, like the heavenly Tao, spread out from the heavenly Tao sword, resisting the impact of the shattered Heaven Palace master's will. It spread out, and all the sword images seemed to be supported by this force, and all of them stabilized. That force, which was also a will, spread out from Chu-Mu's body. In an instant, the shackles of the shattered Heaven Palace masters were disintegrated, and the void within a radius of several tens of thousands of meters returned to normal. That gave people a kind of lofty feeling, as if the heavenly Tao was overlooking the common people. It was fair, just, and merciless. Under this pressure, everyone felt as small as an ant. Heavenly sword. Chu-Mu's mind recovered completely, and he was very surprised. Heavenly sword, heavenly Tao sword. Chu-Mu felt very familiar with this will, because he had personally experienced it before. It was the heavenly sword Saint Venerable's will. Perhaps when he was in the heavenly sword island, the heavenly sword Saint Venerable had left a will in his body, and used that will to protect him secretly. This was indeed the case, but this will was different from other wills. It wouldn't appear when Chu-Mu was in a life or death crisis. It would only be activated when Chu-Mu was facing a power that far surpassed his own. For example, the Shattered Heaven Palace Masters had tried to destroy Chu Mu's soul, and that was how it had been activated. The Shattered Heaven Palace Master was a peerless powerhouse that surpassed the 9-star saint level, while the Heavenly Sword Saint Venerable was a Saint Emperor level powerhouse, one level higher than the Shattered Heaven Palace Master. Under the confrontation of wills, the Shattered Heaven Palace Masters was directly defeated. Since he wanted to kill Chu Mu, the Heavenly Sword Saint Venerables wouldn't be merciful and rushed forward. Vaguely, it seemed as if a heavenly sword flashed, killing Ao Jinheng, and sank into his forehead. Ao Jinheng seemed to hear a blood-curdling scream, and immediately his body was out of control, turning into a stream of light that rushed into the distance. The void in front of him was directly torn apart by an invisible force, and Ao Jinheng's body directly plunged into it and disappeared. The Shattered Heaven Palace Masters exhausted the last of his strength to bring Ao Jinheng out of the small world of geniuses.